Chapter 1234. The second watch had arrived. God General Wind Smoke was a silver-armored enchanting woman, and God General Gluttonous Cloud was a black-armored muscular man. The two of them were indeed blood-related siblings. They were ranked 15th and 29th respectively amongst the 36 God Generals. One had to know. The 36 God Generals were handpicked by Great Emperor North River from many emperors across the worlds he ruled in the past. All of them were formidable. Initial emperors like the 5 commanders were not qualified to be selected as part of the 36 God Generals. Invite God General Skeletal Dragon, God General Gluttonous Cloud, and God General Wind Smoke exchanged glances. They were not too familiar with God General Skeletal Dragon. God General Skeletal Dragon. He was the second God General amongst the 36 God Generals. With the identity of God General Skeletal Dragon, it was impossible for him to become the personal protector of Great Emperor North River. Even though Great Emperor North River had 9 God Generals protecting him, they were usually ranked towards the back. And ranked in the top 5 was Great Emperor North River. They were only willing to follow Great Emperor North River because of some transactions. Most of the time, Great Emperor North River was free. He would only act during battles. Go. You guys should meet God General Skeletal Dragon. Let him bring you to the Starlight World. Great Emperor North River ordered. He would not allow any accidents. He had to do it cleanly. Yes. God General Gluttonous Cloud, God General Wind Smoke, and the 5 commanders acknowledged. God General Gluttonous Cloud, God General Wind Smoke, and the 5 commanders rode on a huge ship and left the North River world. They tore through the void and soon arrived at the Skeletal World. Who? Even though the Skeletal World was under the control of Great Emperor North River, because God General Skeletal Dragon was sufficiently powerful, he was relatively free. Only God General Skeletal Dragon would occasionally be mobilized. After all, with the identity of Great Emperor North River, it was rare for him to mobilize God General Skeletal Dragon. A towering palace constructed from white bones. God General Skeletal Dragon was a handsome young man wearing a white bone armor. He was currently eating the bones in front of him in big mouthfuls. Ka. He easily chewed and ate them. Around him, there were many experts from the skeletal clan protecting him. When God General Gluttonous Cloud and the others came to visit, God General Skeletal Dragon had just finished eating the bones in front of him. He stood up and said, "Just finished. Let's go to the Starlight World." The ship flew away from the world of bones. Sister Fengyan, every time I see you, I feel that you are getting prettier. The Divine General Skeletal Dragon laughed. Sister Fengyan, how about becoming my wife? The Bonebrits are in need of a matriarch. Every time I see second brother, he teases me. Divine General Wind Smoke said helplessly. It's a pity that I like Sister Fengyan, but she doesn't like me. God General Skeletal Dragon sighed. He looked at God General Gluttonous Cloud. Gluttonous Cloud, help me persuade your sister. I can't persuade her. God General Gluttonous Cloud said in a low voice. Second brother, you know that only my little sister can control me. How could I dare to control my little sister? Useless. God General Skeletal Dragon snorted. Even I feel embarrassed for you. God General Wind Smoke and God General Gluttonous Cloud felt helpless. Actually, they weren't that close to God General Skeletal Dragon. It was just that God General Skeletal Dragon had a weird habit. If he met any of the 36 godly generals, he would ask to be the wife of any of them. However, women who could become divine generals were all extraordinary, so it wasn't that easy to move their hearts. They were chatting and laughing on the ship. Soon, they entered the Starlight World and headed straight for the Starlight Capital. Within the Starlight Capital, the members of the Starlight clan were celebrating. Even though they knew it was a temporary victory, the enemy was the powerful Great Emperor North River. But they had been sullen for too long. They had been living in despair and unease for too long. It was a rare victory, and they even captured a large number of captives. Everyone was celebrating to their heart's content. Even the apex experts of the Starlight clan and Starlight Master were surrounding Dongbua Shuang. They were drinking and chatting happily. They won't dare to attack again, unless they don't care about the lives of those captives. If they want us to die, let those captives die first. Since Monarch Feishue is willing to help us, it's not that easy for them to win. They were all shouting loudly. Dongwu Shuiying watched from the side. He sighed inwardly in his heart. When they first arrived, these elders and generals said that, if the enemy wanted to kill them, more than half of them would die. They had the mentality of fighting to the death. They did not have any thoughts of winning. Even though things were slightly better now, and they could see some hope, they still felt uneasy in their hearts. No choice. The fame of Great Emperor North River had long been rooted in the hearts of the natives. Starlight Master has helped me in the past. This time, I'll help him to the end too. Dongwu Shuiying thought. To him, he was not afraid of the Death Destruction clan and the natives at all, because the most terrifying group of experts could not enter the Realm Heart Great Land. They were restricted by the laws left behind by Yuan, and those who could enter the Realm Heart Great Land were usually initial emperors. At this level, they would most likely fall asleep in front of his Tao of Mirage and illusory realm killing technique. Not good. The expression of Starlight Master changed. What happened? The group of people celebrating in the palace hall turned to Starlight Master. Dongwu Shuiying also looked over. Starlight Master's expression turned ashen. Being the master of this starlight world, he had immediately discovered the huge ship that God General Skeletal Dragon and the others rode into the starlight world. Who? Starlight Master waved his hand, causing a scene to appear by the side. That was a huge ship. There were a total of 8 figures on the ship. Standing at the head of the ship was a young man wearing white bone armor, and 2 others. They were none other than God General Skeletal Dragon, God General Wind Smoke, and God General Gluttonous Cloud. Behind the 3 of them were the commanders of the 5 clans. There were only 8 of them. They did not bring any other subordinates, because they were clear that the weaker ones would be swept away by their soul techniques. This is Starlight Master, the 9 elders, and the group of apex experts all had ugly expressions. Starlight Master's wife and daughter similarly turned pale. God General Wind Smoke, God General Gluttonous Cloud and God General Skeletal Dragon. God General Skeletal Dragon actually came. They really think highly of my starlight world. Starlight Master's body was trembling. If they were outside, without the reinforcement from the Starlight clan, God General Skeletal Dragon could easily defeat him. And even with the reinforcement from the clan, he could only barely fight against the weakest God General Wind Smoke. How could he fight? Welcome the enemy. Starlight Master gritted his teeth. No matter what, he had to resist. Ruthless. Great Emperor North River is ruthless. It seems he does not care about the lives of those captives. Let God General Skeletal Dragon deal against our starlight world. The 9 great doyens, and the rest of the people were going crazy. So. They rapidly arrived by the city entrance. Standing in midair, they looked far away under the illumination of the starlight. Dongwu Shuiying also stood by the side of Starlight Master watching everything. He had obtained the intelligence provided by the Blood Flame clan, and knew of the 36 god generals under the famous Great Emperor North River. Dongwu Shuiying was curious. Previously, his Tao of Mirage and illusory realm killing technique was used against the emperors of the Death Destruction clan. He wondered how effective it would be against the natives. But it seemed that even though the natives were more intelligent than the Death Destruction clan, they could not compare with cultivators in terms of soul cultivation. It was only by relying on their unique bloodline and soul that they could slightly resist against it. He is here. It's God General Skeletal Dragon. Prepare to fight. If we can't win, we'll escape according to the final plan. Starlight Master and the elders were secretly transmitting to each other. Their eyes were filled with madness. This was their hometown. They would absolutely not give up. Even if they wanted to fight, they had to fight until the final moment. Who? That huge ship tore through the void and appeared outside the Starlight capital. It stopped far away. An unseen pressure emanating from it made many clansmen from the Starlight clan feel uneasy. Even though they knew that Great Emperor North River was terrifying, they did not expect that 3 of the 36 god generals would be sent over after a single victory. Oh, the Starlight clan is quite daring. At the head of the ship, that white bone-armored young man swept his gaze across. He casually asked, "Who is Monarch Feishue?" Dongbo Shuang stepped forward and chuckled. "I am Monarch Feishue." Chapter 1235. God General Skeletal Dragon examined Dongbo Shuang. The edge of his mouth had a strand of ridicule. "You are a cultivator from the realm Heart Great Land, yet you don't cultivate properly. Instead, you came to the Broken Teeth Mountain Range to interfere in the matters of us natives. Throughout the long history of the realm Heart Great Land, cultivators who entered the mountain range had to tread carefully. Only you dared to be so unbridled. We god generals might not be able to break through the barrier and enter the realm Heart Great Land, but we can easily send some initial emperors into the realm Heart Great Land." "Oh, then I shall wait and see." Dongbo Shuang smiled calmly. Seeing this, God General Skeletal Dragon frowned and sneered. "Why? Are you relying on the power of your Feishue city array?" Dongbo Shuang did not say much. "Just entered the Emperor level?" That was the level of the Great Elder on the first floating island he entered. According to his experiments, even though the natives had higher overall intelligence than the Death Destruction clan, there was a clear gap between them and the cultivators in terms of spirit cultivation. Dongbo Shuang was not afraid at all since he had just entered the Emperor level. "You have so many doppelgangers, and you think you can be so arrogant just because you have Feishue City? Why don't you take a look at your own strength?" God General Skeletal Dragon was too lazy to explain. These apex elites of the natives disdained cultivators from realm Heart Great Land. They had the bloodline of chaotic origin life forms, allowing them to stand out from the masses and become incredibly powerful. God General Skeletal Dragon's gaze landed on Starlight Master and the group of elders. "Starlight, don't say that the Emperor King didn't give you a way out. Right now, I'm giving you two choices." Starlight Master and the experts of the Starlight clan were shocked. Two paths. It seemed that Great Emperor North River still cared about the lives of those captives. "The first option is to continue resisting stubbornly, and I will destroy your Starlight clan. Humph. There are too many bloodlines among the Aboriginals. It's time for a weak bloodline like the Starlight bloodline to disappear and leave the world to the more powerful bloodlines." God General Skeletal Dragon said calmly. "I'm looking forward to your choice of this path." The upper echelons of the Starlight clan were filled with grief and indignation, but they still endured it. Dongbo Shuang sighed inwardly. "The second option is to submit to the Emperor." Furthermore, Starlight Master and the 9 elders had to head to the North River world and listen to the monarch's orders. At the same time, they had to hand over the captives. The Empyrean Lord can guarantee that your Starlight clan can continue to survive in this world. Furthermore, you can recruit at most 10 experts from your Starlight clan in the future, said God General Skeletal Dragon. "Impossible. Dream on. Then let's fight. Get ready. If we can't hold on any longer, kill the 30 captives first." The people of the Starlight clan immediately bellowed. This was something they could not tolerate. What was the purpose of cultivation? What he sought was freedom, great liberty. Who would be willing to be enslaved by Great Emperor North River forever? If he agreed to it, then the Starlight clan would forever be under the control of Great Emperor North River. "Fools, you guys are courting death. Could it be that your Starlight clan wants to be exterminated?" The 5 commanders were anxious because a total of 30 apex experts from their 5 clans had been captured. They were not willing to see a life and death struggle, but they did not dare to disobey Great Emperor North River either. Hence, they hoped that the Starlight clan would submit to them. "Once you resist, your city will be destroyed and your clan will be exterminated. Starlight Master, are you all afraid of death? By sacrificing 10 of you, your entire clan will be free and unfettered." The 5 commanders roared out one after another. "What a joke. Extermination of a clan? Just the few of you?" Starlight Master roared back. "If we really wanted to escape, we would have long escaped from the Starlight world. It's just that we aren't willing to leave our hometown." The elders by the side were furious too. "Younger brother Feishue, let's do it according to what we discussed previously. The moment we can't hold on any longer, I'll have to trouble you to execute the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique and bring them to the Realm Heart Great Land. Starlight Master directly announced. He did not even bother hiding anything. Rest assured, I'll definitely do it. Dongbo Shuang nodded. The moment they could not hold on any longer, the weaker clansmen would split into teams and escape. Previously, during the banquet, Starlight Master had once asked Dongbo Shuang for help. Actually, in history, there were many weak natives who escaped to the Realm Heart Great Land. It's just that most of them concealed their identities. Most cultivators did not know about it. For instance, Great Emperor North River had once escaped to the Realm Heart Great Land when he was weak. But the natives and the Death Destruction clans were both very strict in their requirements of the environment. The Death Destruction clan would practically stay in the sky-floating islands for long periods. It was relatively easier for them to improve their strength on the sky-floating islands. Furthermore, it was only on the sky-floating islands that the Death Destruction clan could reproduce. Similarly, the natives could only survive and reproduce in the native worlds that were birthed within the Broken Teeth mountain range. If they went to the Realm Heart Great Land, they could not reproduce at all. The strand of powerful chaotic origin life-form bloodline in their bodies prevented them from having children in the Realm Heart Great Land. Furthermore, without a hometown world, it would be 1,000 times harder for them to improve their strength, unless they had a heaven-defying treasure. For instance, His Royal Highness Shui Yinji was the only remaining elite of their Blood Flame clan. He did his best to obtain the Yin Spirit Fruit, but it was too difficult to obtain such a precious treasure. They could not reproduce, and it was 1,000 times harder to improve their strength. Over time, the clansmen would either disperse or assimilate into the cultivators in the Realm Heart Great Land, or they would sneak into other native worlds and assimilate into other worlds. That was also why a clan would eventually go extinct without a hometown world. Truly foolish. They overestimate their strength. God General Skeletal Dragon coldly laughed. God General Wind Smoke and God General Gluttonous Cloud both shook their heads slightly. The 5 of you should act. God General Skeletal Dragon said. Just kill. I want to see how capable this Starlight clan is, and how long they can last. Yes. The 5 commanders were both furious and anxious. Starlight, it is not too late to beg for mercy. The ugly male with fiery red skin roared out. Beg. Humph. Starlight Master coldly sneered. Hurry up. God General Skeletal Dragon frowned and urged. The 5 commanders exchanged glances. Kill. Kill. The 5 of them were filled with fury. They were confident of destroying the Starlight clan, because they had 3 great god generals behind their backs. But they could foresee that the Starlight clan would most likely fight to the death against the 30 apex experts from their 5 clans. Hong 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 hong. The 5 commanders were powerful. If they were in their hometown worlds, each of them could fight against Starlight Master. Even though they did not have the support of the world energy here, when the 5 of them worked together, it was sufficiently terrifying. Fall. Dongbo Shui Ying's eyes flashed with sharpness. A terrifying mirage and illusory realm enveloped them. The resplendent world, that encompassed a myriad of phenomena, stirred up the desires in the depths of their hearts. The 5 commanders felt as though everything they pursued was within their reach. Their souls were directly dragged into that illusory world by an invisible force. Only the 3-eyed man's glabella flashed with light. His originally intoxicated expression revealed a look of struggle. He widened his eyes and barely managed to shout out, "Save me, save me." As for the other 4, be it the 8-armed giant or the snake-tailed woman, all of them had already started attacking, following which, the might of their attacks rapidly declined. They revealed an intoxicated expression as their bodies fell limp and floated along with the inertia. The number 1 killer move of the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm, Illusory World Resplendent. The world was resplendent and mesmerizing. In an instant, 4 out of the 5 commanders collapsed. They could not resist at all. Only that 3-eyed commander could barely maintain a strand of consciousness. And Dongbo Shui Ying had transmitted a message to Starlight Master before he attacked. Brother Starlight, I'll use my soul technique to deal with them. Even if they don't fall, I believe they will be greatly weakened. You should immediately attack, and take them down with your fastest speed. Starlight Master was originally doubtful in his heart. He could deal with kings. Unless he could deal with emperors too? When a king stepped into the emperor realm, the soul of the natives and death disaster clans would undergo a qualitative change. Emperors were also the highest realm they could reach. What? He really fell? Starlight Master was dumbstruck. There had never been an emperor falling under a soul technique in history. This was the first time in history. If not for Dongbua Shui Ying's warning, Starlight Master would definitely not be able to react in time. Fortunately, with the warning, Starlight Master was still able to attack in an instant. A huge hand condensed from Starlight directly grabbed at the 5 commanders. Chapter 1236. Among the 5 leaders, only the 3-eyed leader was barely able to maintain a trace of consciousness. However, he felt as though he had fallen into a huge maelstrom. Below the maelstrom was an intoxicating world. How he wished he could not resist and directly sink in. But his rationality told him that the moment he sank in, he would be finished. His life and death would be under the control of others. He tried his best to struggle, but he could only maintain a trace of consciousness. Even his flying speed was very slow. Because this was the starlight world, the surroundings had long been suppressed by the endless starlight. Slow flying? Who? A huge starlight palm descended, grabbing the 3-eyed leader along with the other 4 leaders. At this moment, the 3-eyed leader was so weak that even a king could easily suppress him. In front of Starlight Master, who had the support of his hometown's world energy, he was indeed helpless. How is this possible? God General Skeletal Dragon, God General Wind Smoke, and God General Gluttonous Cloud were completely stunned. Oh my God! This was the first time in history. They were completely dumbfounded by what they saw, because they were clear that when a king stepped into the emperor realm, it was a huge leap. The transformation of the soul was extremely obvious. And within the emperor realm, although one's strength would gradually increase, the increase in the soul wouldn't be too huge. Even a great circle emperor supremacy would only be slightly stronger than an initial emperor in terms of soul. At most, they would have a huge advantage in terms of willpower. After all, to become a supremacy, one's willpower would naturally be amazing. Not good. God General Skeletal Dragon, God General Wind Smoke, and God General Gluttonous Cloud only recovered from their shock when they saw Starlight Master's huge starlight palm grabbing the 5 leaders. But at their level, their attacks were extremely fast. By the time they reacted, the 5 leaders had already been captured. What should we do? Should we fight? God General Skeletal Dragon and the other 2 instantly hesitated. They were only emperors. 4 of the 5 leaders had instantly collapsed, and one was barely able to maintain his consciousness. His strength was so weak that it could be neglected. What would the 3 god generals do against such a terrifying soul technique? Their souls were slightly stronger than the 5 leaders, and they might have a greater advantage in terms of willpower. But most likely, even if they didn't collapse, their strength would be greatly reduced. How can this monarch Feishua be so strong? Never. There has never been a soul technique that even an emperor tier expert could not block. Divine General Skeletal Dragon and the other 2 looked at the white-clothed youth in the distance. Their hearts were in turmoil. Just one move. It caused the originally confident 3 great god generals to feel flustered. They originally felt disdain towards all cultivators in Realm Heart Great Land. But at this moment, they no longer dared to have such thoughts. Let's leave quickly. Of the 5 leaders, only one is barely able to maintain a trace of consciousness. With our strength, I believe that we can all maintain our consciousness, but our strength will probably be greatly reduced. Second brother, after your strength is greatly damaged, I'm afraid that you will only be comparable to Starlight Master. As for me and my younger sister, I'm afraid that we won't be able to withstand the combined attacks of those grand elders. Divine General Gluttonous Cloud said anxiously. Don't panic. Even that 3-eyed fellow can remain clear-headed. There's no need for us to be afraid. All of you retreat first. I'll see how powerful this Imperial Emperor Feishua's soul technique is. God General Skeletal Dragon instructed via voice transmission. Divine General Skeletal Dragon was the second divine general among the 36 divine generals after all. Even across the entire Broken Tooth Mountain range, he could be considered one of the few ultra-strong experts. He had never fled when facing Great Emperor North River and the others. Alright, second brother. With your strength, you can fight and leave as you wish. They definitely won't be able to stop you. My younger sister and I will leave first. Divine General Gluttonous Cloud transmitted. Second brother, be careful. Divine General Wind Smoke transmitted back. So. The two of them immediately fled. Escape? Dongbua Shueying, who stood there casually chuckled. His mirage and illusory realm abruptly expanded. One had to know that his mirage and illusory realm could only be maintained at a range of 150 million kilometers when it was suppressed in the sky-floating island. There was no suppression in the native world. With a thought, his mirage and illusory realm could envelop more than half the world. Under the endless starlight, God General Wind Smoke and God General Gluttonous Cloud could only flee at high speed. How could they escape from the region of the illusory realm? Hong! The terrifying mirage and illusory realm immediately enveloped God General Wind Smoke, God General Gluttonous Cloud, and God General Skeletal Dragon. God General Wind Smoke's eyes turned blurry. He had fallen into it. Not good. God General Gluttonous Cloud revealed a savage look. He gritted his teeth and roared. His eyes were even filled with a strand of despair. Only when he was dragged by this terrifying mirage and illusory realm did he understand how frightening it was. God General Gluttonous Cloud knew that they had still underestimated that monarch Wuxia. At this moment, God General Gluttonous Cloud was only left with roughly 10% of his strength. This was only because his fleshly body was slightly stronger. The natives cultivated their bloodlines. Different bloodlines would result in different levels of strength. Some had exceptionally powerful fleshly bodies. Some were adept at controlling lightning. God General Gluttonous Cloud was able to maintain a trace of consciousness. Although he could only unleash 10% of his strength. Who? Starlight Master grabbed towards God General Skeletal Dragon with one hand, and God General Gluttonous Cloud with the other. Monarch Wuxia, God General Skeletal Dragon roared. He wielded a saber in each of his hands and furiously slashed towards Starlight Master. Pung! Starlight Master's enormous palm slammed down. God General Skeletal Dragon was barely able to unleash a move under the interference of the terrifying illusory realm. However, under the might of the Starlight Palm, God General Skeletal Dragon was forced to retreat. Who? His other hand clashed with God General Gluttonous Cloud. God General Gluttonous Cloud directly vomited blood and was heavily injured. At the same time, the group of elders and peak experts of the Starlight Clan also formed a battle formation and charged out. When they formed a battle formation, they could match an initial emperor. Normally, even if they formed a battle formation, they wouldn't be qualified to fight against God General Gluttonous Cloud. But now, their battle formation was still suppressing God General Gluttonous Cloud. Moreover, there was still Starlight Master's terrifying palm. Pung pung pung. In a breath's time, God General Gluttonous Cloud was captured by the enormous palm. Damn! God General Gluttonous Cloud was filled with grief and indignation. If he wasn't affected, Starlight Master would only be on par with him, by relying on his hometown's world energy. But now his strength had sharply declined, and he was being surrounded. A dignified God General was actually captured alive. As for his younger sister, God General Wind Smoke, God General Wind Smoke, who had fallen into a deep slumber, had long been captured alive. Hong hong hong. God General Skeletal Dragon was abnormally furious and violent. He wielded a pair of sabers. His might swept across the entire place, causing many battle formations to retreat. Only Starlight Master was able to suppress him. But even with such an advantage, he wasn't able to injure God General Skeletal Dragon. There was no other choice. God General Skeletal Dragon's fleshy body was too powerful. Although he was affected by the illusory realm, his fleshy body didn't weaken at all. His fleshy body is too strong. He should still have 30% of his strength. Starlight Master transmitted to Dongbua Shueying. By relying on my hometown's world energy, He currently has 60% to 70% of my strength. I can't capture him. Furthermore, his fleshy body is so strong that I can't injure him at all. Dongbo Shuang was startled when he heard that. And this was merely 30% of his strength. If he recovered his full strength, God General Skeletal Dragon would be much stronger than Emperor Summer, an undying underworld emperor. But the techniques of cultivators were profound. Even if Emperor Summer and the others could not defeat them, it wasn't a problem for them to survive. Monarch Feishue, very good, very good. I'll remember you. The distant God General Skeletal Dragon let out a roar. He was completely suppressed by Starlight Master, and could not rush into the Starlight capital. He could only roar and leave unwillingly. Humiliation, fury, unwillingness. He, God General Skeletal Dragon, was someone that even Great Emperor North River treated politely to. Yet this time, he actually fell in the hands of a cultivator from Realm Heart Great Land. Even though he could escape, he brought his subordinates with him. The 5 commanders and 2 other God Generals were all captured. This was a humiliation for him, God General Skeletal Dragon. At the same time, God General Skeletal Dragon transmitted to Great Emperor North River. Monarch. The 5 commanders, God General Wind Smoke, and God General Gluttonous Cloud, have all been captured alive by the Starlight clan. Chapter 1237. Dongbo Shuang watched as that white bone-armored young man escaped to the distance. Only when the Starlight suppression weakened did he forcefully tear through space and leave, being able to rank second amongst the 36 God Generals. He should be one of the few ultra-experts in the entire Broken Tooth Mountain range. Dongbo Shuang thought. No wonder the Death Destruction clan and natives in Broken Tooth Mountain range disdain the cultivators. The gap is simply too huge. Speaking of which, the cultivators and the 2 great clans in Broken Tooth Mountain range lacked an emperor in terms of strength. Those who were unparalleled amongst the cultivators could only be considered grand perfection kings. Because their techniques were sufficiently profound, they could barely fight against initial emperors. For instance, Sword Master could barely fight against that Grand Elder. As for the stronger emperor, he had to rely on the illusory realm created by Dongbo Shuang in the past, greatly reducing the strength of that emperor. Sword Master found it hard to escape. Like Emperor Summer, he had reached the final realm in 2 Daos, and had a supreme graded secret treasure. In terms of combat strength, he was merely an initial emperor. By relying on his profound techniques, he could fight against ordinary emperors from sky-floating islands. He could even survive against the 8 great sages of the low-graded chaotic origin lifeforms. Undying underworld emperor. If he ignited his heart blood, he could fight against God Generals. By relying on his profound techniques, he could even fight against God General Skeletal Dragon. In the entire Realm Heart Great Land, there are only Emperor Summer and Undying Underworld Emperor. Other cultivators are much weaker by an entire level. Why is the gap so huge? Dongbo Shuang softly shook his head. Younger brother Feishue. The excited voice of Starlight Master came from the side. The 9 elders from the Starlight clan, many apex generals, and many clansmen in the distance were looking at Dongbo Shuang with excitement and fervor. As Dongbo Shuang was in a daze, lamenting about the gap between the cultivators and the Death Destruction clan and natives, the Starlight clan was filled with gratitude and admiration towards this cultivator, Monarch Feishue. At the same time they were feeling astonished. Brother Starlight. Dongbo Shuang smiled calmly. I already thought that Brother Feishue's soul technique was too powerful. It's just that I have still underestimated younger brother Flying Snow. Starlight Master looked at Dongbo Shuang. His eyes were filled with admiration. Even emperors would either fall into depravity, or suffer a huge loss in strength in front of Brother Feishue's soul technique. This is truly amazing. Ever since the emergence of the Realm Heart Great Land and Broken Teeth Mountain Range, younger brother Feishue is the first. In fact, Dongbo Shuang's soul technique could even sweep away natives who had just entered the martial emperor realm. The leader of the 3-eyed men was only able to maintain a trace of consciousness because his soul was a bit special. As for the stronger divine generals, The weaker ones couldn't even match up to the leader of the three-eyed people. For example, Divine General Wind Smoke had directly fallen into oblivion, while Divine General Gluttonous Cloud had barely managed to struggle. Only the dazzling God General Skeletal Dragon could maintain 30% of his strength. Dongbo Shuang did not find this strange, because when he explored the sky-floating islands, the emperors of the sky-floating islands were usually at the God General level. Even though the Death Destruction clan was a race with low intelligence, they had a huge advantage in terms of the number of experts at the King and Emperor realm. Even though their intelligence was lower, and it would get harder to cultivate further, there were still 3 who became supremes. There was one more than the natives. Facing against Dongbo Shuiying's killing technique, many of those emperors simply fell into a deep sleep. A portion of them could maintain their consciousness, because he did not have any helpers like Starlight Master at that time. As long as they were awake and had 10% to 20% of their strength, they could easily wipe out one of his avatars. It's just that the Death Destruction clan isn't united enough. Even 2 sky-floating islands that are close to each other have little contact with each other. The rule of the natives is comparatively more stable. I wonder how that great Emperor North River would react in the future. Dongbo Shuang thought. Younger brother Feishue, how should we deal with the 5 commanders and 2 god generals that we captured? Should we snatch away their communication treasures? Starlight Master asked Dongbo Shuang. Brother Starlight, you can decide for yourself. There's no need to worry about me. Dongbo Shuang said. Then let's not snatch it away. Let them communicate with the outside world. Starlight Master looked forward to it. When this battle spreads out, younger brother Feishua's reputation will soar. I believe the entire Broken Tooth Mountain range and many worlds would pay attention to you, younger brother Feishue. This should be a good thing to younger brother Feishue. Perhaps it might be slightly troublesome, but those who could enter the realm Heart Great Land are at most initial emperors. They would most likely not dare to do so. The moment they do so, they would most likely fall into oblivion before younger brother Feishue's soul technique. Haha. Dongbo Shuang chuckled. It is indeed a good thing for this battle to spread out. Cultivators were looked down upon in the Broken Teeth Mountain range. If his reputation spread out, and his status in the Broken Teeth Mountain range was high enough, then collecting all kinds of information and exploring the dangerous places in the Broken Teeth Mountain range that were beneficial to his cultivation would be of great help. Following this, I'm afraid Great Emperor North River will personally kill his way over. Starlight Master transmitted. According to what I know, the 4 great emperors under Supreme Vast Ancient are all great sages among chaotic origin life forms. And according to the previous wager battles, Great Emperor North River is ranked first amongst the 4 monarchs. In terms of strength, he is only slightly weaker than Supremes. Dongbo Shuang nodded lightly. Most importantly, he has 36 immortal generals under his command. Although we've captured 2 of them, they're still very powerful. But they were all ranked towards the back. We weren't able to capture the Divine General Skeletal Dragon. Starlight Master transmitted over. He was slightly worried. If Great Emperor North River were to bring a group of god generals over, things would become dangerous. Yes. Dongbo Shuang turned solemn. Since God General Skeletal Dragon could maintain 30% of his strength in front of me, Great Emperor North River should be preserving even more strength. Hence, the threat he poses is much greater. That's right. I have an idea. Starlight Master transmitted over. I can contact other worlds. Currently, Great Emperor North River is conquering many worlds. There are many who are resisting him. With younger brother Feishue around, we can greatly reduce the strength of those under Great Emperor North River's control. Even the weaker god generals might fall into his hands. And if we world masters were to work together, we might be able to resist against them. It's just that I've asked the other world masters for help. If they were to meet with danger, I'll definitely have to go over and help them. Furthermore, I want them to join us. Perhaps, they might hope that younger brother Feishue would help them during crucial moments. We can discuss this matter. Dongbo Shuang nodded. He disliked the ruthless methods of Great Emperor North River too. Those who obeyed him would prosper, and those who opposed him would die. Those who dared to defy him would be exterminated, allowing those who obeyed him to occupy this world and reproduce. Hence, Dongbui Shuang felt that he could help some worlds. Good. With these words from younger brother Feishue, I believe many world masters will be incredibly excited. Many of them are in despair, and have been waiting for this day to come. Starlight Master was excited too, as long as a group of world masters worked together. And with Dongbui Shuang, they would be confident of fighting against Great Emperor North River. And on another side, North River World. Currently, more than 10 divine generals had gathered in a towering and magnificent palace hall. Because the news had spread too quickly, the imprisoned patriarchs of the 5 clans, Divine General Wind Smoke, and Divine General Gluttonous Cloud were all contacting the outside world. Clearly they wanted to live. It is actually so frightening. God General Wind Smoke could not resist at all, and God General Gluttonous Cloud only had 10% of his strength left. If I were to face such a soul technique, I should only have 10% to 20% of my strength left. I can't even fight against an initial emperor. These god generals were conversing stealthily. The green-robed great emperor North River sat high up on his throne. He was coldly looking down. It was silent. Everyone was merely transmitting their voices. Nobody dared to make a sound. The fame of great emperor North River was built by killing. He had created too many miracles. Everyone believed that since God General Skeletal Dragon could escape safely, Great Emperor North River should be able to suppress Starlight Master, even if he was weakened by the soul technique. He should be able to slaughter wantonly in the Starlight world. Furthermore, who knew if Great Emperor North River had any other hidden killing moves? It would not be surprising if one day Great Emperor North River erupted with power comparable to a supreme. Currently, Great Emperor North River was the natives closest to becoming a supreme. After all, he had consecutively defeated 3 great emperors of different bloodlines. That alone proved how frightening Great Emperor North River was. Monarch Feishue, Great Emperor North River sat on top silently. Suddenly Great Emperor North River stood up. The 10 god generals below felt their hearts trembling. They turned to their leader. Was he going to start a massacre? After all, in history, when Great Emperor North River faced some trouble, he would always kill. What a good monarch Feishue, Great Emperor North River said. His voice reverberated in the palace hall. Who would have thought that there is such an expert amongst the cultivators? In terms of soul technique, he is the #1 expert across the entire realm Heart Great Land and Broken Tooth Mountain Range. Having such an expert has truly made me happy. Go, follow me to the Starlight World. I want to personally invite Monarch Feishue to my North River world as a guest. The 10 god generals below were all stunned. They were dumbstruck. Personally invite him? As a guest? Chapter 1238. Haha, all of you should follow me now. I can't wait to meet Monarch Feishue. Great Emperor North River chuckled. Yes, Monarch. The god generals could only obediently obey. Very soon, that famous golden light flying wing ship left the North River world majestically. With a single shuttle, it headed straight for the Starlight World. Starlight World. Dongbui Shuang, Starlight Master, and the others gathered in the palace hall. They were also prepared to deal with any incoming enemies. Younger brother Feishue, I am currently communicating with those world masters. Starlight Master said. After hearing that younger brother Feishue is willing to help, all of them are incomparably excited. Younger brother Feishue, you can just tell me if you have any requests. This is a huge favor to save their entire race. As long as they are able to pay it, they would most likely not hesitate. Dongbui Shuang could feel the change in Starlight Master's attitude. At the start when he first arrived, Starlight Master treated him as a friend. But now he treated him as a benefactor. His gratitude could not be expressed in words. I need information on the sky-floating islands. Dongbui Shuang chuckled. Information isn't worth mentioning. Starlight Master said. Information is very precious. Many worlds would not easily leak it out. But in reality, even if they traded it, it wouldn't be a huge loss to their race. If younger brother Flying Snow were to raise such a small request, they would likely feel uneasy for such a huge favor of saving their clan. Without sufficient benefits, they might not believe that younger brother Feishue would be able to save their race. Dongbo Shuiying was speechless. They were even rushing to send treasures over. There should not be a single cultivator in Realm Heart Great Land who had such an experience. For instance, these native world masters would most likely look down on cultivators in the past. If there are some rare treasures that are useless to the natives but useful to us cultivators, I can accept them too. Dongbo Shuiying said, Younger brother Feishue, your request is too low. I will let them prepare the gifts. You can choose when the time comes. Starlight Master said. Suddenly his expression changed and he couldn't help but exclaim, Gold Light Flying Wing Boat. So fast. I need to summon the other world lords immediately. Golden Light Flying Wing Ship? What? Great Emperor North River is here so quickly? The expressions of the elders and generals of the Starlight clan in the hall changed. What identity did Great Emperor North River have? There were many native worlds, and the world lords were in their own homeworld. With the support of their homeworld's power, their strength was not bad. Once he left his hometown, his strength would immediately drop by a large margin. Starlight Master was not ranked in the vast Broken Teeth mountain range. He was merely an ordinary member amongst the many world masters. Even Undying Underworld Emperor could not recognize Starlight Master when he met him previously. With the identity of Starlight Master, he was not even qualified to meet Great Emperor North River. Great Emperor North River was after all in existence closest to becoming a supreme Starlight capital. Dense starlight illuminated the entire capital. Furthermore, it enveloped all directions and suppressed the world. Starlight Master and Dongbo Shuiying had already appeared side by side outside the city gates. At the same time, many spatial ripples appeared in the surroundings. Many world masters were rushing over. These world masters were all permitted by Starlight Master. That was why they were not suppressed and were directly teleported here. And the Gold Light Flying Wing Boat of Great Emperor North River had already appeared in the distance. It was currently forcefully breaking through the starlight suppression and was rushing over at high speed. Brother Starlight, Great Emperor North River is here so quickly? Many world masters rushed over. They were very familiar with Starlight Master. They were all old friends. After all, Starlight Master first contacted the world masters he was most familiar with. And the Broken Teeth mountain range was huge. There were many native worlds, and many worlds did not have much contact with the Starlight world. This time, Starlight Master summoned more than 20 good friends. The moment he summoned them, they tore through the void and rushed over. They looked at the white-robed young man Dongbo Shuiying. Their expressions were filled with nervousness and anticipation. This is my younger brother Feishue, Starlight Master introduced. At the same time, he turned to Dongbo Shuiying. Younger brother Feishue, these are some of my closest friends. They are all world masters of the surrounding worlds. They aren't devils. I disdain befriending those evildoers. Greetings, Monarch Feishue. This group of world masters had different appearances. Some had a beast-like body, and some had a human head. Some had a two-headed appearance. Some had disheveled hair that was bigger than their bodies. Their auras were different too. Their bloodlines were different too. They bowed. They were all respectful towards Dongbo Shuiying. Fellow world masters, Great Emperor North River has arrived. Let us welcome this Great Emperor North River first. Dongbo Shuiying said. Alright, let us welcome this Great Emperor first. After this matter is over, we'll discuss with Monarch Feishue in detail. The world lords suppressed their thoughts and turned to look at the void in the distance. Hong Long Long. That golden light flying wing ship was rapidly approaching from afar. It was huge. Furthermore, there were even pieces of wings condensed from golden light on both sides of the ship. The entire flying ship was moving through the void, emitting a resplendent golden light that was incomparably dazzling. In terms of power, it made Starlight Master and the other world masters feel their hearts clench. They felt an indescribable pressure. If not for Dongbo Shuiying, much less 20 of them, Even if they gathered 100 world masters, they would not dare to challenge Great Emperor North River. Just by sending out a few formidable god generals, they could easily wipe out the enemies in all directions. Daring to gather more than 100 world masters together? Sending out all 36 god generals at the same time, exterminating them all. Hence, even though Great Emperor North River was tyrannical and wanted to control many worlds, those worlds could only resist against him individually. They did not dare to work together, because the moment they did, they would definitely suffer a heavy blow. With younger brother Feishue around, the strength of the god generals would rapidly decrease. The weaker ones would simply fall. Even the top 10 god generals would most likely be comparable to all of you. Starlight Master encouraged them through voice transmission. Even though Great Emperor North River is powerful, he would most likely suffer a huge loss in strength. The 10 world masters, and I can easily fight against him if we work together. In terms of strength, we aren't any weaker than them. Starlight Master transmitted back. The other world masters nodded. For the sake of their clans, in addition to the confidence brought by Monarch Feishue, they finally dared to face Great Emperor North River. Who? The golden light flying wing ship stopped. The huge ship emitted a dazzling golden light. A group of figures appeared at the head of the ship. The leading one was a green-robed male. Behind him were a group of god generals. Those god generals all had extraordinary auras. They were clearly stronger than these world masters. As for Great Emperor North River, he gave off a horrifying pressure. He stood there alone, causing all natives in the entire Starlight capital to feel fear and unease. A single person could wipe out a world. To Great Emperor North River, it wasn't something difficult. Great Emperor North River. Dombo Shuang looked up. He saw that famous Great Emperor North River. This was undoubtedly someone who stood at the apex within the Broken Tooth Mountain range. His strength was close to that of Supreme's. Great Emperor North River also cast his gaze over. At this moment, their gazes clashed. A grin appeared on the edge of Great Emperor North River's lips. Or in other words, only Monarch Feishue was worthy of his attention across this large group of experts in the Starlight capital. Chapter 1239. Great Emperor North River stood on the golden light flying wing ship. He merely looked at Dombo Shuang. Without looking at anyone else, Starlight Master and the other world lords were all incomparably nervous. It was just that they didn't have a path of retreat. Unwilling to be enslaved, they could only fight with their backs against the wall. Is the war about to start? I wonder how much of Great Emperor North River's strength is left under the soul technique of Monarch Feishue. Great Emperor North River is the youngest among the great emperors, yet he is currently the strongest. He is approaching the level of Supremes. I hope that Imperial Emperor Feishue's soul technique can reduce his strength by at least half. No matter what, he is still an emperor level. Not to mention him, even a supreme being, was at the peak of the martial emperor realm. They are all emperors, so there shouldn't be too much of a difference in their souls. It's just their wills that are different. These world lords transmitted their voices to each other. They were all on high alert, ready to fight at any moment. At this moment, there were probably only two people who were more relaxed. One of them was Dombo Shuang. After all, he had many doppelgangers. In this place, he only needed to give it his all. The other was Great Emperor North River. He had the upper hand. It was up to him to decide whether to start a war or not. As for others, be it the world masters, the clansmen from the Starlight clan, or even the group of god generals behind Great Emperor North River, they were all slightly nervous. Even the first god general in Do did not dare to be careless. After all, he knew that he might not be better than God General Skeletal Dragon in terms of resisting against soul techniques. And now, there was a large group of world lords here. The moment they were besieged, only Great Emperor North River could have an easy time surviving. Ha ha ha. His laughter reverberated across the surrounding void. I've heard that an amazing character has appeared amongst the cultivators in Realm Heart Great Land, and his soul technique could even cause emperors to fall into oblivion. I am filled with admiration after knowing about it. God General Skeletal Dragon, and the others were also rash. They knew your strength, but they still continued to fight. If I had been there, I would have stopped it. Dongbo Shuang was slightly taken aback. Starlight Master and the other world lords were stunned. The Starlight clan's masters were all dumbfounded. What does that mean? Stop the war? In terms of attainments in the Tao of Soul, Monarch Feishue is the strongest in both the Realm Heart Great Land and Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Knowing that God General Skeletal Dragon and the others had previously offended Monarch Feishue, I personally came to invite them to my North River world as guests. I wonder if Monarch Feishue is willing to give me this bit of face. Great Emperor North River stood at the head of the ship with his hands behind his back. He looked at Dongbo Shuang. Invite me? Dongbo Shuang looked calm on the surface, though he felt puzzled inwardly. He immediately transmitted to Starlight Master by the side. Brother Starlight, what do you think Great Emperor North River is trying to do? I find it strange too. Starlight Master was bewildered. He transmitted. If you want to start a war, there's no need to say such words. Could it be that you truly have no intentions of becoming enemies and want to befriend Brother Feishue? Brother Feishue, you have to be careful. There might be some conspiracy. Conspiracy? Why would I be afraid of a conspiracy? It is just an avatar that can dissipate with a thought. Dongbo Shuang transmitted. Since he is invited by Great Emperor North River, I'll accept his invitation and see what exactly he is planning. Rest assured, I'll just send an avatar over. The other avatars will remain here. Amen, Brother Feishue, just be more cautious. Starlight Master agreed. For a moment, he could not think of anything that could threaten an expert who could give up his avatars anytime. Targeting the soul. Techniques that targeted the soul might affect other avatars. But Dongbo Shuang was the strongest expert in the Tao of Soul in the history of Realm Heart Great Land and Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Unless Monarch Feishue is still mindful of the previous offense from God General Skeletal Dragon and the others? Great Emperor North River chuckled. Since Great Emperor North River has personally invited me, I'll go and have a look. I've never been to the North River world before. Dongbo Shuang chuckled. Great Emperor North River nodded. At the same time, he glanced at Starlight Master who stood by the side of Dongbo Shuang. He understood that the reason why Dongbo Shuang helped the Starlight clan was because he had a relationship with Starlight Master. He immediately added, if Starlight World Master is willing, you can come along too. Starlight Master hesitated. Go together? Monarch Feishue could give up his avatars anytime, but he did not have any avatars. Many thanks, Great Emperor. Starlight Master said. He directly sent out an avatar to follow Dongbo Shuang. He only sent an incarnation to follow Dongbo Shuang to the North River world. Clearly he was afraid of dying. Great Emperor North River did not care about it. Instead, the group of god generals behind him sneered inwardly. What identity did Great Emperor have? Even if he resorted to crafty schemes, it was impossible for him to deal against an ordinary world master. That was too humiliating. Starlight Master understood this point too. It's just that he did not dare to take the risk. After all, they were challenging Great Emperor North River this time. So, Dongbo Shuang brought along the incarnation of Starlight Master and flew towards the Golden Light flying wing ship. After hearing about the matter regarding Monarch Feishue, I immediately wanted to meet Monarch. Seeing you today, I can see that you are indeed extraordinary. Great Emperor North River warmly welcomed them. At the same time he ordered, go, let's return. The Golden Light flying wing ship set off once again. North River World. Within the towering palace, within the main palace hall, Great Emperor North River sat on the throne. He personally placed Dongbo Shuang on the first seat on his left. Starlight Master was seated on the second seat on his left. The others were the god generals. So. Many god generals arrived one after another. Monarch. The god generals bowed when they arrived before taking their seats. When everyone arrived, a total of 34 out of the 36 god generals arrived. The two that did not come were none other than the captured god General Wind Smoke and god General Gluttonous Cloud. Great Emperor North River did not ask for these two captives. I am delighted that I could invite Monarch Feishue over today. On the Tao of Soul, Monarch Feishue has walked further than us. Even Supremes are much weaker in the Tao of Soul compared to monarchs. Great Emperor North River said. In the Broken Tooth Mountain Range, most would maintain sufficient respect for Supremes. Only the identity of Great Emperor North River was high enough that he dared to say this. Otherwise, just the crime of being disrespectful, the subordinates of Supremes might kill their way over. Amen. Isn't Monarch overestimating this cultivator Feishue too much? Isn't he overestimating him too much? The god generals had different thoughts. They were calculating in their hearts. And Great Emperor North River lightly clapped his hands. At that moment, the beautiful female attendants brought up all sorts of delicacies. The delicacies were placed in front of them. At the center of some fruits, there was a plate with a bluish-violet petal placed on it. The petal was about the size of a palm. It was fleshy and emitted a fragrance that made others salivate. Every particle in their fleshy body seemed to be shouting out for them to devour this petal. This is. Seated beside Dongbue Shui-Ying, Starlight Master was startled when he saw the delicacies. But when he saw this petal, he was dumbfounded. Magpie flower? Magpie flower was a legendary item in the Broken Tooth Mountain Range. A magpie flower had 18 petals. In this banquet, there were 34 god generals including Dongbue Shui-Ying and Starlight Master. There were exactly 36 of them, and they had spent a total of 2 magpie flowers. The Magpie Flower Banquet, hosted by Great Emperor North River, was ranked at the forefront across the entire Broken Tooth Mountain Range. In terms of value, a single petal was comparable to the Yin spirit fruit that His Royal Highness Shui Yinji desperately sought in the past. More importantly, the petals of the magpie flower were miraculous to every natives. It was unlike the Yin spirit fruit that was miraculous to certain bloodlines. The reason why Great Emperor North River could command the 36 god generals was because of the magpie flower. And the magpie flower tree had long been monopolized by Great Emperor North River. I can actually obtain a piece of magpie flower petal? Starlight Master was incredibly excited. In the past, he had only heard of it. He had never seen such a legendary item before. Fellow cultivators, let us raise our cups and drink together. Great Emperor North River raised his cup and said with a bright smile. The level of this banquet was incredibly high. There were all sorts of rare delicacies. It was not any weaker than a magpie flower banquet. This made Dongbue Shui-Ying, who understood everything, feel puzzled inwardly. Was this Great Emperor North River too passionate? Was he trying to make up for the previous conflict? But there was no need to do so, right? The banquet lasted for half a day before ending. Great Emperor North River personally invited Dongbue Shui-Ying. Both of them walked side by side in the vast garden. Great Emperor, if you have anything you want to say, you can say it now. Dongbue Shui-Ying said. Have you guessed that I have something to say to you? Great Emperor North River chuckled. If there is nothing, isn't it too extravagant to use 2 magpie flowers to decorate a banquet? Dongbue Shui-Ying said. Even a cultivator like him could feel the freshness of that magpie flower petal when he ate it. He could feel an unseen energy permeating into his body and nourishing his fleshy body, causing many-minute changes to occur in his fleshy body. As a result, the strength of his fleshy body had increased by 20%. Of course, even though his fleshy body could barely match a final realm cosmos god body refinement cultivator, this fleshy body was far weaker than an emperor in the Broken Tooth Mountain Range. In reality, it was a waste for this magpie flower petal to strengthen his fleshy body by 20%. If it was consumed by a native king, the effect would be more mystical. Haha. So what if 2 magpie flowers are part of the banquet to welcome Monarch Feishue? Great Emperor North River looked towards the distant vast sky. He chuckled. I wonder if Monarch Feishue is willing to share this world with me? I can share half of my treasures with you. Dongbue Shui-Ying was stunned. Chapter 1240. Sharing half of the treasures of Great Emperor North River with him? Dongbue Shui-Ying was clear how powerful Great Emperor North River was and how many treasures he had. It was said that the Broken Tooth Mountain Range contained countless treasures and opportunities. Hence, many cultivators came in batches to try their luck. But in reality, most of the peak treasures had already been monopolized. The 5 great supremes, the 8 great sages of the low-graded chaotic origin lifeforms, and the group of great emperors. These powerful cultivators had already occupied those treasures. Only those that they disdained would be fought over by the cultivators. Why? You don't believe me? Great Emperor North River looked at Dongbo Shuang. What does Great Emperor mean by saying this? Dongbo Shuang looked at Great Emperor North River. That is precisely what I said. My treasures, and the treasures I obtain in the future, will be split equally between you and me. Everything will be split equally. Great Emperor North River looked at Dongbo Shuang. Even the 36 god generals under me have never said this to any of them. You are the first person who is qualified for me to say this. There is no free lunch in this world. It isn't easy to take the treasures of Great Emperor, right? Dongbo Shuang said. What do I have to pay? Ha ha ha, it's nothing much. You just have to become my life and death brother. Great Emperor North River said. From today onwards, your status in my organization will be equal to mine. You will be Great Emperor Feishua. Whatever you say is what I say. Equal status. Dongbo Shuang frowned. What if I say we stop invading those worlds? Then we will stop. Great Emperor North River chuckled. What about the regions that Great Emperor once ruled over? Dongbo Shuang asked again. I've said it before. Whatever you say is what I say. Great Emperor North River looked at Dongbo Shuang. Dongbo Shuang could feel the sincerity of Great Emperor North River. He was willing to give up on the world. What was the purpose of sharing half of the treasures with him? Brother Feishua, don't underestimate yourself. Great Emperor North River chuckled. Previously, the reason why I wanted to control so many worlds is because I want more experts to work for me. Listen to my orders. That way, I'll have a greater advantage in the many battles in the Broken Teeth Mountain Range. In order to get more of what I want. If I merely have the title of Great Emperor, and my subordinates are all free and unfettered, with only a few truly listening to my orders, then what's the point of being a Great Emperor? Great Emperor North River looked at Dongbo Shuang. But if I have your help, things will be different. In front of you, numbers mean nothing. Great Emperor North River shook his head. Weaker god generals are all jokes in front of you. Although the divine general Skeletal Dragon and a few others could barely maintain some of their combat power, the divine general Skeletal Dragon and the others were extremely powerful. However, the little bit of strength he has retained is not even worth mentioning to me. Dongbo Shuang agreed. God General Skeletal Dragon was originally 1 level weaker than Great Emperor North River. Under his illusion, he only had 30% of his strength left. The gap between him and Great Emperor North River was even greater. It was hard to say if he could escape from Great Emperor North River. It's the other Great Emperors. In front of you, their strength will similarly drop. I am originally the closest to a supreme. If those Great Emperors were to drop even further, they would not be my opponent. Great Emperor North River looked at Dongbo Shuang. It's the 5 Great Supremes. The 5 Great Supremes are only at Grand Perfection Emperors. Their souls are not qualitatively different from initial emperors. It's just that their willpower is more extraordinary. Under your soul technique, their strength would most likely drop significantly. After their strength dropped, they would be comparable to me. Let us work together. We can fight against supremes. Even if a group of emperors work together, it is still a joke in front of us. Great Emperor North River looked at Dongbo Shuang. Even supremes would find it hard to deal with a sufficient number of emperors working together. But we don't have this flaw. Only when we work together can we work together, allowing us to move unhindered across the entire Broken Teeth Mountain Range. The resources we can obtain will far exceed what we have now. Great Emperor North River looked at Dongbo Shuang. Brother Feishua, you should understand my sincerity, right? Dongbo Shuang was enlightened. That's right. Great Emperor North River was originally 1 level weaker than Supremes. With his help, he could fight equally with Supremes. Even if there was a gap, it was negligible. As for surrounding him, that was a joke in front of his soul technique. What do we seek for after cultivating to this stage? The eyes of Great Emperor North River were blazing. We seek for that mysterious chaotic origin level. That level is the true meaning of jumping out of the cage. Right now we are merely ants trapped in a cage. Dongwu Ying agreed in his heart. Jumping out of the cage. When spying on a higher dimensional world, the destructive realm teleportation scouting technique would allow him to instantly spy on an origin world. It's just that the further the location, the more blurred it would be. Hearsay had it that after reaching the final realm, all sorts of techniques would become more mystical. Like old monster stone, his body could be found everywhere. He could easily inspect the entire origin world. This was the technique of a final realm cosmos god. If he could jump out of the cage, his techniques would be unimaginable. The closer he got to it, the more he felt how unique that level was. That was a qualitative change after jumping out of the cage. If the desire of cosmos gods towards the final realm was 1, then the desire to jump out of the cage would be 100, 1,000, or even 10,000. We natives are different from you cultivators. Great Emperor North River said. Talking about that, we are from the same origin as the Death Destruction clan. Dongwu Ying felt his heart moving. Do you know that according to the legends, there are 2 extremely terrifying chaotic origin lifeform corpses in the Broken Teeth Mountain Range? Great Emperor North River said. These 2 chaotic origin lifeform corpses are true chaotic origin lifeforms. Their techniques are unfathomable. Both of them had fought fiercely with Yuan, and Yuan had even been heavily injured. These 2 corpses had been thrown into the Broken Teeth Mountains. They were too powerful. Even the slightest aura they left behind was enough to kill ordinary kings. Suppress emperors. Dongwu Ying thought of that gray eye. He had just touched it, yet his avatar was destroyed. Our natives and the Death Destruction clan originated from these 2 powerful corpses of chaotic origin lifeforms. Great Emperor North River said. It is still fine for us natives, since we have a strand of chaotic origin lifeform bloodline within us. Our intelligence is quite high too. Men and women give birth to children, and it is natural for them to reproduce. But the Death Destruction clan is different. Why is the Death Destruction clan given this name? It is because they are born from death. They do not have parents. They are purely born from the death aura of the sky-floating islands. Great Emperor North River said. Hence, 99% of them have low intelligence. They are just like wild beasts. They only know how to kill and devour. Great Emperor North River looked at Dongwu Ying. Our 2 clans are stronger than you cultivators because of the 2 powerful chaotic origin lifeforms corpses. Hence, there is an additional emperor. Amen. Dongwu Ying nodded. Emperor. That was indeed an additional level. Among the cultivators, even if there was a supreme secret impartation, like the Sword Master, he only had the combat strength of a perfected king level. With the help of a supreme secret treasure, Eternal Night Primogenitor, Ancestor Fan, Emperor Sky, Extreme Night Primogenitor, Towering Sky Monarch, and other invincible existences were all roughly at the Great Circle King level. Emperor Summer and Undying Underworld Emperor had reached the final realm in 2 Daos before breaking through this boundary. Emperor level is too difficult for cultivators, Dongwu Ying said. Difficult? Great Emperor North River sneered. I've heard that as you cultivators reach a higher realm, some could even control the origin source of an origin world, becoming the master of that origin world. With a huge origin world as his foundation, he could immediately become a powerful chaotic origin lifeform. Some spread faith and let the masses believe in them, using the will of the masses to influence the source of the origin world and control the origin world. There were even some with higher realms, even more impressive, who directly broke through the technique with brute force. In terms of laws, I'll forcefully reach a higher realm. You all started off weak and grew up step by step. Becoming a chaotic origin requires one to comprehend the laws. Their usage of energy is also profound and mysterious. Great Emperor North River bitterly said. We are different. Currently we might be stronger than you cultivators overall, but that is merely because our clan has a unique origin. What we cultivate is the power of our bloodline. This kind of energy can be cultivated relatively quickly, but the further we go, the harder it will be. As for Grand Perfection Emperors, that is the limit of what we know. Great Emperor North River said. Yuan once told our clan. He said that as long as we take another step into the Grand Perfection Emperor realm, then we would be able to undergo the ultimate awakening of our bloodline, returning to our ancestors and transforming into the race of our ancestors, becoming a true chaotic origin life form. The race of our ancestors isn't something those low-graded chaotic origin life forms in the Broken Teeth Mountain Range could compare with. But this step is something that could be achieved in legends, at least not in the Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Great Emperor North River looked at Dongbo Shuiying. The path of our ultimate awakening is very difficult. Other than ourselves, we need the help of external materials. Dongbo Shuiying nodded. All right, I can agree to it. Even though he had several techniques, he was not willing to infuriate Great Emperor North River and cause the Starlight World and many other worlds to suffer. Furthermore, he was dealing against a supremacy from the Death Destruction clan. There were a total of 3 supremacies from the Death Destruction clan. Perhaps because they were born from death, these 3 supremacies were all cruel and ruthless. They were unquestionably great devils. Fortunately, there were 2 supremacies from the natives who obstructed the Death Destruction clan at crucial moments. That was why the natives could live such a life. Previously, I did not dare to think about it. But with Brother Feishue around, I'm slightly more confident. Great Emperor North River heard that Dongbo Shuiying agreed to it. He was immediately delighted. I still have to prepare properly. When I'm done, I'll inform Brother Feishue. I'll leave an avatar in the Starlight World. If Great Emperor wishes to find me, you can go to the Starlight World. Dongbo Shuiying said. All right. Since you are willing to help me, I'll naturally not mistreat you. Great Emperor North River chuckled. Previously, you can stop attacking many worlds. Consider it an apology. Dongbo Shuiying was delighted when he heard that. Then I'll have to thank Great Emperor. I believe many worlds will be grateful to Great Emperor. They should be grateful to you. Great Emperor North River said. After chatting with Great Emperor North River, they parted ways. Dongbo Shuiying left with the incarnation of Starlight Master. You are leaving just like that? Starlight Master transmitted over. Amen. Great Emperor has created such a huge commotion. This magpie flower banquet is all for the sake of welcoming you. Yet he let you leave after exchanging a few words with you? Starlight Master was completely puzzled. Dongbo Shuiying glanced at him. He did not say anything and simply flew out. Wait for me. The incarnation of Starlight Master chased after him. His incarnation was not important, but that piece of magpie flower petal that his incarnation brought with him was extremely important. After this banquet ended, the name of Monarch Feishue gradually spread out, especially to the highest echelon of the natives in Broken Tooth Mountain Range. Oh, a soul technique that could easily cause emperors to fall into oblivion? Even God General Wind Smoke of the 36 God Generals had fallen into oblivion? A tall and thin violet-robed old man exuded an abnormally terrifying aura that spread out in all directions. Many lightning bolts appeared from nothingness and revolved around him. He was none other than one of the 2 great supremes of the natives, Supreme Thunder Firmament. He had awakened his bloodline energy to Grand Perfection Emperor, allowing him to sense another level of energy at all times. That was a terrifying energy. It could jump out of this world and the obstruction of the laws of Yuan. It could travel through the endless space and head to all sorts of mysterious places. I have never heard of such a soul technique before. Even Supremes would have to divert a lot of their heart force to resist against it. The violet-robed old man thought. That North River is indeed cunning. He immediately invited that Monarch Feishue. Monarch Feishue? There is actually such a soul technique. Supreme Vast Ancient's entire body was covered in a wave of heat. Those weaker could not even look at him directly. Supreme Vast Ancient naturally emitted a dazzling light, like a huge fireball. Even though his frontal combat strength is ordinary, and his close combat strength is negligible, his soul technique could actually affect us. Nevertheless, his soul technique could affect us. It seems an amazing expert has appeared in the realm Heart Great Land. Supreme Vast Ancient thought. Over the long years, he had never cared about the cultivators from the realm Heart Great Land. But this time he treated them seriously. Furthermore, in his heart, the threat of this monarch Feishua was higher than that of great emperors. This North River is truly cunning. He immediately took the initiative to invite him, and even set up a banquet to recruit him. His actions are fast, and it is too late for me to receive the intelligence. A black-robed single-horned male shook his head slightly. I am a step too slow. I hope that Monarch Feishua doesn't rely on North River. The world energy condensed into an absolute beauty, looking in the direction of the distant starlight world. She muttered to herself, North River's ambition is too great. The other three great emperors under Supreme Vast Ancient have been schemed against by him, and lost the gamble. This time, if we were to gain the help of this monarch Feishua, our clan might really have a third supreme. Those at the highest level of the natives were naturally well informed. They were all paying attention to this monarch Feishua, and Dongbua Shuang had already returned to the starlight world. And very soon, a piece of news began spreading. The armies under Great Emperor North River, that were originally attacking the native worlds, had all retreated. They have all retreated. Every single army under Great Emperor North River has retreated. The regions which Great Emperor Glorious Earth originally ruled have regained their freedom. Those retreating armies have said it. It was Monarch Feishua who pleaded for mercy, and Great Emperor North River has agreed to stop attacking. It was Monarch Feishua who pitted the worlds. That was why Great Emperor North River agreed to stop. Many pieces of news were spreading rapidly. Many worlds were originally in despair. Now that the armies of Great Emperor North River had retreated, their hometown regained its peace. They could live freely like before. After experiencing despair, they regained their freedom. Only then did they feel even more grateful. Everyone knew that it was because Monarch Feishua had an agreement with Great Emperor North River. That was why Great Emperor North River retreated. Various parties were incredibly grateful. This was a huge favor of saving their entire hometown world. This was a huge favor of saving their entire clan. Great benefactor. Monarch Feishua has saved our clan. Given the personality of Great Emperor North River, it is impossible for him to stop attacking for no reason. After all, it is such a huge region. Monarch Feishua must have paid a huge price. It is all thanks to Monarch Feishua. Many worlds sent out teams to the Starlight World to pay a visit to their benefactor, Monarch Feishua. An endless stream of teams arrived. Monarch Feishua. Many emissaries from different worlds were personally led by world masters. Their eyes were filled with gratitude and excitement as they paid a visit to Dongbua Shuang. They had prepared gifts for him. This was a huge favor of saving their hometown world and their clan. How could they not act? As long as they felt it would be useful to this monarch Feishua, who was born as a heart cultivator, they had already prepared them. Dongbua Shuang was slightly dumbfounded as he faced the endless stream of teams and the mountains of treasures. This great emperor North River deliberately said that it was because of me that he asked for mercy? Is it because of me? It seems he is doing me a favor. Dongbua Shuang understood the thoughts of Great Emperor North River. Chapter 1242. He is afraid that even though I promised to help, I will not do my best during crucial moments and plot against him? Dongbua Shuang thought in his heart. At the same time, he was dealing with the batches of visiting teams from various worlds. Those world masters and elders who led the teams were looking at Dongbua Shuang with gratitude. They were saying many words of gratitude. My floating origin world has no way to repay Monarch for saving my clan. In the future, if Monarch has any orders, you just have to instruct us. My floating origin world will definitely not reject you. Monarch Feishua. The few of us have never met Monarch before. Monarch has pitted us, and is willing to save our clans from our hometown. These people who came to visit were full of affection. Some had red eyes, and some were even tearing up. Their tears were not because of gratitude. Instead, they were thinking about how many clansmen had sacrificed themselves in the previous battle. It was too difficult. Fortunately, monarch Feishue appeared and saved many worlds. Dongwu Shuang did not put on any airs. Instead, he welcomed them one by one. He even hosted a grand banquet on that day, with many teams from different worlds participating in it. Monarch Feishue is indeed extraordinary. With the identity of monarch, even some weaker god generals would fall before him. God General Skeletal Dragon, and others have suffered a huge loss in strength. Despite monarch's strength, he is still so polite to us. I've heard that monarch has single-handedly deterred many devils in the realm Heart Great Land, and saved many sentient beings. What did monarch do in the realm Heart Great Land? Tell me about it. Discussions were going on everywhere during the banquet. They came from different worlds, and some did not have much contact with each other in the past. Some even had enmity with each other. But today they had a common benefactor, Monarch Feishue. This made their discussions in full swing. The atmosphere of the banquet was exceptionally good, because everyone knew that their hometown would no longer be attacked from now on. As long as Great Emperor North River did not attack, then their hometown would be safe, because this was the territory belonging to Great Emperor North River, and other great emperors were not qualified to act. Dongwu Shuang got to know many world masters, and received many gifts. So many gifts, piled up like a mountain. Sitting at the banquet, Dongwu Shuang sensed the treasures in his storage grotto heaven. Many of these treasures had magnificent auras. 2 supreme secret treasures, 106 peak-level secret treasures. There were also countless rare treasures. Crazy. Dongwu Shuang felt slightly numb. Right now, I should be considered the wealthiest cultivator across the entire realm Heart Great Land. It was said that there were countless treasures and lucky chances in the Broken Teeth Mountain Range. But in reality, the natives were stronger. They had wandered around again and again, obtaining many treasures. For example, supreme secret treasures, pinnacle secret treasures. Their auras were extraordinary, and with a single glance, one could tell that they were treasures. Although the natives had tried time and time again, because they cultivated the power of their bloodline, they were unable to use peak-grade secret treasures or supreme secret treasures. Even if he couldn't use it, he would still keep it when he encountered it. For example, the Extreme Knight Primogenitor and the others had once devoured the natives wantonly and robbed them of their treasures. There were even unparalleled existences who came to trade with them. It's just that the natives only asked for rare treasures. Most of them were of great help to their bloodline. Usually, the Death Destruction clan required such treasures too. In the sky-floating island, they wanted to obtain such treasures. It was much more difficult than searching for top-graded secret treasures. I've discovered 2 supreme-graded secret treasures across the many worlds. One is of the Tao of Fire, and the other is of the Tao of Strength. Dongwu Shuang thought. For instance, that 8 Silk Island master cultivated the Tao of Strength. If he could obtain this mysterious pole, he would immediately become unparalleled. For instance, that Sacred Fire City master cultivated the Tao of Fire. It's just that both Sacred Fire City master and 8 Silk Island master were great devils. It was impossible for Dongwu Shuang to trade with them. Emperor Summer should have cultivated both the Tao of Fire and the Tao of Void. Dongwu Shuang thought. Emperor Summer only had a single Void supreme-graded secret treasure. Top-graded secret treasure. Dongwu Shuang mocked himself. There were many top-graded secret treasures. For instance, the Summer Wind Ancient Nation was one of the 6 great ancient nations. The Fan clan had 6 great paragons. The Summer clan had 9 great paragons. And the Tsang clan had 7 great paragons. There were also a group of paragon masters that did not belong to the 3 great clans. There were even a few like Great Paragon Fui, who owned several top-graded secret treasures. But adding them all up, there were only a few dozen top-graded secret treasures. And he alone had more than 100. That was more than what an ancient nation had accumulated over a long period of time. After all, they were sent over by so many native worlds. Dongwu Shuang sighed inwardly. In addition to a large number of rare treasures, his wealth had indeed leaped past almost all unparalleled existences. Even Undying Underworld Emperor, who cultivated the path of becoming a chaotic origin life form, might not be as wealthy as him. Of the top-graded secret treasures, there are a total of 9 that are related to the void, and there are 3 that are stronger than the void fire lotus flower. Dongbo Shuiying sighed. Some of the top-graded secret treasures in Realm Heart Great Land were obtained from the Realm Heart God Palace, and some from the Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Some were refined by final realm experts, and those within the Broken Teeth Mountain Range, they were almost definitely left behind by Yuan. Yuan had left behind many opportunities for cultivators. He wanted to let the cultivators fight for these treasures, and even compete with the natives. Who would have thought that Dongbo Shuiying had made many native worlds incredibly grateful to him? They were all doing their best to search through the reserves of their races, finding treasures that could be useful to cultivators, and sending them over. They would feel heartache if they gave away treasures that were useful to the natives. However, they were very willing to give cultivator items that they could not use. Supreme graded secret treasures were precious, but they could not use them. At most, they would use them to trade with the cultivators in Realm Heart Great Land. For the sake of gratitude for saving their races, they would still give them away. The banquet ended. Dongbo Shuiying executed the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique, sending all the treasures back to Feishua City. Where should I go next? Dongbo Shuiying flipped through many pieces of intelligence on the sky-floating islands. They were all intelligence sent over by the various worlds. Adding up the huge amount of intelligence, Dongbo Shuiying's understanding of the sky-floating islands in Broken Teeth Mountain Range made him the #1 expert in Realm Heart Great Land. Woo! There are a total of 1,200 islands with mysterious eyes. Dongbo Shuiying nodded. The Blood Flame clan is just a single clan, and I know very little about them. I still have to think of ways to search through all 1,200 islands. But I'm not in a rush. Even though cultivating the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm is important, it is not as important as cultivating the Tao of Void. His hometown origin world was expanding, and he was getting closer and closer to the Great Apocalypse. He had to reach the final realm in the Tao of Void before the Great Apocalypse. It is beneficial to my cultivation of the Tao of Void, Dongbo Shuiying pondered. According to the intelligence, there are quite a few sky-floating islands with opportunities in the Tao of Void. But firstly, those opportunities are of limited help to me. They are not comparable to the World Flower, given to me by Lord Locheng. Secondly, I have experienced quite a few opportunities in the 500 sky-floating islands previously. Currently, what I need the most is to meditate and comprehend. And in terms of meditation, there is a supreme treasure in Broken Teeth Mountain Range. 7 Bell Pagoda. Dongbo Shuiying's eyes brightened. The 7 Bell Pagoda was a treasure similar to the Burning Heart God Tree, an Origin Realm God Palace, in Realm Heart Great Land. The 7 Bell Pagoda was much stronger than the Burning Heart God Tree, an Origin Realm God Palace. It was even known as the #1 supreme treasure for meditation and cultivation in Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Even though it was not that important to the natives and Death Destruction clans who cultivated their bloodline, it still caused many to fight over it. In the end, it was obtained by Great Emperor Shamanic Wind. The 7 Bell Pagoda was unique. There were 7 bells hanging by the side of the pagoda. Once one controlled their energy and lightly pushed, the 7 bells would ring consecutively. The ringing of the bells would lead the cultivator into an extremely profound cultivation realm. However, the 7 bells would only ring once every trillion years. After ringing, the bell would no longer ring when pushed again. One had to wait for a trillion years before the bells would regain their mystical energy. Those great emperors and even supremes who cultivated their bloodline had once traded with Great Emperor Shamanic Wind in exchange for a chance to cultivate. Under that heart realm, it was even easier to comprehend one's own bloodline. I feel that my accumulations in the Tao of Void are sufficiently deep. I have a supreme secret importation, and have created 5 great killing techniques. Furthermore, I have experienced training in more than 500 sky-floating islands. If I were to enter closed-door cultivation, I might be able to break through. Dongbo Shuiying thought. He believed it would be more beneficial for him to enter closed-door cultivation in the #1 supreme treasure for meditation and cultivation in Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Time to meet Great Emperor Shamanic Wind. Dongbua Shuang left behind an avatar in the Starlight clan. At the same time, he stealthily headed towards the Shamanic Wind world. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind was similarly a subordinate of Supreme Vast Ancient. His combat strength was comparable to the great sages of low-graded chaotic origin lifeforms. But not too long ago, 3 great emperors including him had lost to Great Emperor North River in the gambling match. They did not publicize the method of their gambling match. If they were to fight to the death, it would be hard to determine a winner since their strength was similar. Chapter 1243. Who? Dongbua Shuang easily tore through the void and instantly arrived at the Shamanic Wind world. The Shamanic Wind world, as the world of a great emperor, had extremely tight security. Just as Dongbua Shuang entered this world, before he could take a good look at this world, he heard an angry roar. How dare you barge into the Shamanic Wind world? An angry roar reverberated throughout the world. A group of soldiers tore through the void and appeared. The leader stared angrily at Dongbua Shuang. Please pass the message that I wish to meet Great Emperor Shamanic Wind. Dongbua Shuang said. You still dare to be unreasonable. What kind of status does a great emperor have? Do you think you can meet him whenever you want? The leader roared. Hurry up and scram. We might still spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. The status of a great emperor was extremely high. They managed large territories on behalf of supremes. The world masters of the various worlds were usually not qualified to meet a great emperor. The aura of a world master was at least at the initial emperor rank. Yet they were not qualified. Dongbua Shuang's aura became even weaker. Why would these soldiers show him any respect? I am Monarch Feishua. I have specially come to pay a visit to Great Emperor Shamanic Wind. Dongbua Shuang spoke again. Since he was here to ask for a favor, his attitude naturally had to be better. He reported his name as this soldier should know him. Monarch Feishua. What Monarch Feishua? How dare you call yourself a monarch? The leader roared. Do it, chase him out. Dongbua Shuang was instantly embarrassed. The other party had never heard of his name before. During the previous banquet, he thought that his name had spread throughout the Broken Teeth mountain range. However, he was wrong. His name had spread rapidly in the highest level of the Broken Teeth mountain range. For example, the territories that Great Emperor Glorious Earth had retreated rapidly because of the attacking army. Those worlds naturally knew of his name, but for the other territories, if one's status was high enough, they would be able to receive the message. Those with lower statuses might not even know of Monarch Feishua's name. There was another reason. Dongbua Shuang was too fast. After receiving the various world lords, he immediately came to see Great Emperor Shamanic Wind. After some time, his name would gradually spread. He believed most of the king stage powerhouses in the other territories would know about him. Now, the news had yet to spread among the weaker cultivators. Boom! The leading soldier gave the order, and the other soldiers immediately moved. Stop! A terrifying fluctuation descended. It was the fluctuation of an emperor-level expert. A green-robed woman walked out from the void, her terrifying might enveloping the group of soldiers. Divine General Avian Feather. These soldiers immediately bowed respectfully when they saw this. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind did not have as many god generals as Great Emperor North River. He only had a total of 8. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind trusted them very much, and their authority was rather great as well. Greetings, Emperor Feishua. The green-robed woman smiled and bowed to Dongbua Shuang. These patrolmen have never heard of Emperor Shuang's great name. They have offended Emperor Shuang. I hope Emperor Shuang will forgive them. The soldiers by the side were dumbstruck when they saw this. God General Avian Feather was actually so polite to this white-robed young man? Why aren't you apologizing to Emperor Shuang? The green-robed woman turned and reprimanded. The soldiers were slightly puzzled. Emperor. Only a handful of natives dared to call themselves Emperor Shuang. Where did this Emperor Feishua come from? Even though they did not understand, they still bowed respectfully. Please forgive us, Emperor Shua. This isn't your fault. Dongbua Shuang chuckled. He was the one who received the gratitude of so many world lords that he thought his name had spread across the natives. Emperor Feishua has come to my shamanic wind world, and my clan's emperor is delighted too. He specially ordered me to come and welcome you. Who would have thought that these patrolmen would almost offend Emperor Shuang? The green-robed woman passionately said, Emperor Shuang, please. Please. The two of them immediately tore through the void and headed towards the shamanic wind god palace. They left behind a group of soldiers who were slightly puzzled. Emperor Feishua, which emperor is he? Currently, there are a total of 8 emperors under the 2 supremes, and none of them is called Emperor Feishua. If a new great emperor were to emerge, we should have known about it long ago. Never heard of it. But Sir God General is treating him so politely. Even Great Emperor has ordered God General Avian Feather to personally welcome him. Let me ask General and see if General knows about it. They also transmitted over to ask. Those at the highest level in the shamanic wind world knew about it. What? Some of the weaker God Generals have fallen in front of this Emperor Feishua? Their lives and deaths are under his control? The second God General of the 36 God Generals under Great Emperor North River, God General Skeletal Dragon, suffered a huge loss in strength in front of Emperor Feishua, and was actually forced to escape by an ordinary world master from the Starlight World? Great Emperor North River befriended this Emperor Feishua, and gave an order to give up on attacking all the worlds originally under Great Emperor Glorious Earth. After these soldiers heard the news, they could not help but feel dumbfounded. Great Emperor North River would not even treat their Great Emperor Shamanic Wind so politely. According to hearsay, Great Emperor North River even used a scheme to win the wager for the sake of the territories under Great Emperor Glorious Earth. Yet because of Emperor Feishua, he gave up on the war? That was too crazy. No matter what, his origin is huge. These soldiers understood this point. Ordinary emperors were swept away by this emperor. How could they offend him? Shamanic Wind God Palace. I have just heard of the matter regarding Emperor Feishua. I was still lamenting over the fact that there is such an expert in this world who could cause emperors to fall into oblivion with his soul technique. Who would have thought that emperor would come and visit me? I am truly delighted. The moment Shamanic Wind God Emperor saw Dongbua Shuang, he took the initiative to rush over to welcome him. Great Emperor is too polite. Dongbua Shuang was also observing this Great Emperor Shamanic Wind. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind had a saber hanging by his waist. His hair was disheveled, and his robe was loose. Come, have a seat. Emperor has come from the realm Heart Great Land to my Broken Tooth Mountain Range. Even though you have stayed in the Starlight World for some time, I believe you have not tasted many of the delicacies and wines unique to the Broken Tooth Mountain Range, right? Great Emperor Shamanic Wind passionately laughed. At this moment, many female attendants brought over the delicacies and wines. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind would not be so polite even to other monarchs. But it was different to Dongbua Shuang, because he and other great emperors were competing against one another. And Dongbua Shuang was a cultivator. What he cared about was his realm. He did not care about those miraculous items that were helpful to his bloodline. Previously, Great Emperor Shamanic Wind and the other monarchs were still worried that this Emperor Feishua would rely on Great Emperor North River and be tied to the worship of Great Emperor North River. But now, Emperor Feishua came to visit him. It seemed he did not stand on the same side as Great Emperor North River. One had the intention to befriend him, and the other to ask for help. Naturally, the conversation was a joyous one. I wonder why Brother Feishua has come to my place? Just tell me if you have something. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind finally asked. Great Emperor, we cultivators still care about our realm. I came here hoping to borrow the 7-bell pagoda to enter closed-door cultivation. Dongbua Shuang said, I know that the 7-bell pagoda is publicly recognized as the #1 supreme treasure for meditation and cultivation in the Broken Tooth Mountain Range. Once it is activated, it cannot be used a second time for the next trillion years. I am thick-skinned enough to ask Great Emperor for help. Great Emperor, if you have any conditions that Great Emperor can agree to, you can just tell me. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind chuckled when he heard that. Using it once every trillion years might seem like a long time. But in reality, he had used it long enough. Using it again would not be helpful to awaken his bloodline. Usually it was used for external transactions. It is a small matter for Brother Feishue to use the 7-bell pagoda to cultivate. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind chuckled. As for the conditions, I do have a small request that I hope Brother Feishue can agree to. Great Emperor, just say it. Dongbua Shueying heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. Send a few avatars with me to Emperor Yin Island. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind said. No matter if this trip succeeds or fails, Brother Feishue can still use the 7-bell pagoda to cultivate. Dongbua Shueying naturally knew what kind of place the Emperor Yin Island was after obtaining so many intelligence reports. Emperor Yin was one of the 13 emperors beneath the 3 great supremes of the Death Disaster clan. Its strength was comparable to great emperors. At the level of the 13 emperors of the Death Disaster clan, the sky-floating islands they occupied were ranked at the forefront. They were huge and filled with dangers. It was fine if the islands were dangerous, but this Emperor Yin Island was the island with the highest number of experts amongst the 13 emperor sky-floating islands. With Monarch Feishue around, I am least afraid of group attacks. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind was inwardly delighted. Previously, he wanted to invite Monarch Feishue. Yet this Monarch Feishue had been invited over by Great Emperor North River. In the blink of an eye, Monarch Feishue came personally to visit him. The other party had a request and he had a request too. Both parties would obtain what they needed, and both parties would be happy. The 4th watch was over. Chapter 1244. Dongbua Shueying readily agreed to it. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind was also filled with joy. He began explaining his plan in detail. Understood. I understand. Great Emperor can be rest assured. Dongbua Shueying nodded as he listened. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind explained his plan once. He then reminded. Lastly, Brother Feishue, it is best for you to conceal your aura and change your appearance. Your name has long been spread amongst the true experts of the natives. Even though news within the Death Destruction clan spreads very slowly, Emperor Yin is ultimately one of the 13 emperors. Furthermore, he has the most subordinates amongst the 13 emperors. Hence, his information network should be relatively faster. Perhaps he might have heard of some matters regarding you. If it were to recognize you and make preparations, things would be troublesome. Alright, it will definitely not recognize me. Dongbua Shueying was incredibly confident. Ever since he created the number 1 killing technique in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm, his technique of changing his aura had become more profound. Furthermore, he himself was a part of the Illusory Realm. His disguise technique was ranked number 1 in Realm Heart Great Land. I'll make some preparations before setting off tomorrow. Is that good? Great Emperor Shamanic Wind's eyes brightened. I can move anytime. Dongbua Shueying directly answered. The next day, Great Emperor Shamanic Wind brought along the 5 god generals and Dongbua Shueying towards the Emperor Yin Island. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind had too few god generals, only 8 in total. The 5 god generals that were chosen were already the most powerful among them. Emperor God Wu Feng had mainly relied on the temptation of benefits, or kindness, to make some powerful god generals willing to serve him. We have arrived at the Emperor Yin Island. After teleporting, Great Emperor Shamanic Wind, Dongbua Shueying, and the rest of 7 stood in the void looking at the incomparably huge sky-floating island. The sky-floating island was covered in a cold dark aura. The size of this island startled Dongbua Shueying inwardly, because it was the biggest sky-floating island he had ever seen. After entering the Emperor Yin Island, everything will proceed according to plan. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind spoke. He was mainly looking at the 5 god generals under him. We can't afford to fail. If we fail once, we will expose Monarch Feishue. Now that Sovereign Yin is on guard, even if we ask Imperial Monarch Feishue for help again, it will probably be difficult for us to succeed. Don't worry, Emperor. We will listen to the Empyrean Lord's orders. Most of the 5 divine generals had been carefree in the past, but at this moment, they understood the importance. This was the treasure that Great Emperor Shamanic Wind had been looking forward to for many years. Because of the rise of monarch Feishue, he had the highest chance of obtaining it this time. Once he failed, Great Emperor Shamanic Wind would definitely go crazy from anger. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind looked at Dongbua Shuiying. We will have to rely on Brother Feishue later on. The main battle is still up to the Great Emperor and the heavenly generals. Dongbua Shuiying smiled. Without Emperor Feishue, we would have been forced out. Only with Monarch Feishue will we have the confidence. The 5 divine generals said one after another. Before this Monarch Feishue, they did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. An expert who could reach the apex of Realm Heart Great Land and Broken Teeth Mountain Range in the Tao of Soul was something that even the 5 great supremes would look at. After all, compared to the fleshy body and many other techniques, the soul was the foundation of a life. Move. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind lightly shouted. So. The 7 of them dived downwards and entered the Emperor Yin Island. They also came into contact with the cold dark aura above the island. As their bodies came into contact with it, Dongbua Shuiying could not help but shiver. That was a coldness that permeated every part of his body. His fleshy body was sufficiently strong, yet he still felt uncomfortable. It is indeed the Emperor Yin Island. It should be ranked in the top 10 islands in the entire Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Dongbua Shuiying thought. This island contains enormous benefits, but the dangers are huge too. In the history of Realm Heart Great Land, nobody could truly infiltrate this island. Emperor Yin was considered average amongst the 13 emperors, but in terms of power, it was the strongest. It had the most experts under it. By relying on the large group of experts under it, it occupied this sky-floating island with many treasures. Similarly, it was heavily guarded. The moment one entered, he would be discovered very soon. Given the strength of the cultivators in Realm Heart Great Land, Emperor Summer and the others could not even break through the outermost defenses. After passing through the fog-like dark aura, the void fluctuated. Soon they arrived on the island. The trees and plants on the Emperor Yin Island were all black. They were distorted and weird. Advance. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind did not hesitate. He released an unseen ripple that enveloped Dongbua Shuiying and the other 5. He then transformed into an unseen wind that rapidly traveled forward. His speed was too fast. That bit of speed of Sword Master could not compare with Great Emperor Shamanic Wind at all. This speed. Dongbua Shuiying was dumbstruck inwardly. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind was indeed one of the fastest amongst the 8 great emperors from the natives. But this time his opponent, Emperor Yin, was similarly one of the fastest amongst the 13 emperors. The 7 of them were enveloped by a lump of wind. This lump of wind did not seem to suffer from any obstruction as it traveled through the forest. There are intruders. The security on the Emperor Yin Island was too tight. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind, Dongbua Shuiying, and the others had just entered the island for a few breaths of time before they were discovered by one of the protectors. Elder intruders have been discovered. The protector immediately reported. He was enveloped by a lump of wind and was traveling at an unfathomable speed. It was so fast that Dongbua Shuiying could not see his surroundings with his naked eyes. He could only rely on his domain to observe his surroundings. This was the strength of a great emperor. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind, who was famous for his speed, could indeed not be seen by kings when he erupted his full speed. Hong! A terrifying shockwave descended as a surging airwave exploded, causing numerous trees to be destroyed, and the shockwave spread out for millions of miles. A towering giant that was covered in scales stood there. He was carrying a huge hammer. His body was so huge that ordinary trees were only as tall as his knees. This scaled giant opened his mouth and revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth. The corners of his mouth curled upwards as he let out a heaven-shaking laughter. His laughter rumbled like waves, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to tremble. Ha ha ha! Isn't this Great Emperor Shamanic Wind? Previously, you were beaten up by us and had to escape miserably. Why didn't you learn your lesson and came back to seek a beating? I advise you to scram back. Otherwise, there is no need for my ancestor Yin to make a move. Me and the other elders will beat you up miserably. I remember that your buttocks were kicked by my brother previously, right? Ha ha ha. Dongbo Shuiying was shocked when he saw this. This scaled giant should be one of the elders in charge of guarding the outer perimeter of the Emperor Yin Island. In terms of strength, he felt that he was even stronger than the emperor that he met on the first sky-floating island in the Broken Teeth mountain range. However, this was normal. After all, he was an elder under one of the 13 emperors, Emperor Yin. Impudent. Arrogant. At that moment a god general roared out. One of the 5 god generals brought along by Great Emperor Shamanic Wind immediately spat out. Hong! A black flame that was faintly suffused with violet light immediately spurted out. It engulfed the world. The surrounding trees and ground were instantly incinerated into nothingness the moment they came in contact with this flame. The flame had also enveloped that elder. That scaled giant immediately waved the huge hammer in his hand furiously, but the flame was formless. It immediately wrapped around him, burning that scaled giant to the point of letting out a furious roar. I asked you to scram. Since you don't want to, then just wait and see. The scaled giant had never thought that he, an elder, could fight against Great Emperor Shamanic Wind. Nevertheless, he originally wanted to berate this Great Emperor Shamanic Wind to scram. In history, even though Great Emperor Shamanic Wind had killed his way here many times, he failed every single time. With a teleportation, the scaled giant disappeared without a trace. Amongst the natives, the rules were strict, but it was much more vulgar within the Death Destruction clan. Even Emperor Yin, one of the 13 emperors who had the most experts under him, could meet him directly. Emperor Yin Palace. This was a palace that imitated the architecture of the natives. It was built along a towering mountain and was relatively tall. Who? The scaled giant entered the palace. He took big steps and soon arrived at a cold and huge palace hall. With a glance, he saw Emperor Yin seated cross-legged on an ice-cold crystalline jade bed. Emperor Yin was slightly shriveled and thin. Its entire body was covered in a layer of scales, and it had a pair of scaled wings. Just like that, it sat cross-legged on the crystalline jade bed. Its pair of sharp claws were placed on its knees. Its back was slightly hunched, and its scaled wings covered more than half its body. Its eyes were closed as if it was in deep sleep. Ancestor Yin, that Great Emperor Shamanic Wind is here again. The scaled giant entered the palace hall. His voice reverberated across the entire palace hall, causing it to tremble slightly. Chapter 1245. Emperor Yan's eyelids twitched before slowly opening. A pair of silver eyes stared at the scaled giant in the hall. Wu Feng is here. That's right. He brought 6 subordinates with him. I appeared and chased him out. But this Great Emperor Shamanic Wind actually still made a move. The scaled giant muttered. The minor injuries it suffered from the scorching had naturally healed. Emperor Yan's control over this levitating island had already reached an extremely high level. By relying on the dark aura that permeated the entire levitating island, Emperor Yin sensed a strand of wind swiftly passing through. This strand of wind seemed gentle and silent, but it contained a domineering aura. Humph. The Yin Emperor lightly waved its claws. The scene in midair distorted, revealing a scene on the island. A gust of wind was traveling at high speed. Within this ball of wind, there was Great Emperor Shamanic Wind, Dongbo Shuiying, and the 5 god generals. At this moment, Dongbo Shuiying's disguised aura was similar to that of the 5 god generals. Again, you really won't give up. There was a trace of killing intent between Emperor Yan's brows. It was extremely proud, and although its individual strength was only average amongst the 13 emperors, with the large group of experts under its command, it looked down on the other 12 emperors. Its status in the Death Destruction clan was similar to that of Great Emperor North River. Great Emperor North River also had 36 god generals under him, but Great Emperor North River's strength was the closest to that of a supreme. You can't kill me, yet you're here to cause trouble. Emperor Yin was furious. Come here. The Yin Emperor shouted. The voice spread, but it rang in the ears of the elders everywhere on the floating island. So. Hearing you ancestors' order, all elders rushed over. Even the sleeping elders woke up and hurried over. After waiting for a while, in the end, the elders who had awakened were still a bit too slow. Yes. Emperor Yin looked down. Everyone is here. You guys have also seen it. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind has come to my sky-floating island again. There were a total of 55 elders gathered below, and they were all the elders under Emperor Yin. Only the experts from the Death Destruction clan rarely moved outside. Most of them would be cultivating, sleeping and eating. Even if they went out on missions, it was usually to eat and seize resources. As subordinates of Emperor Yin, they weren't allowed to leave the island without Emperor Yan's permission. At this moment, they also saw the scene that appeared in midair at the side. Within that ball of wind, Great Emperor Shamanic Wind, and the other 6 were within it. This Great Emperor Shamanic Wind is truly shameless. Previously, he fled in such a humiliating manner. Yet he's here again. How many times have you been beaten? It's just that his magic wind bloodline is great at protecting his life. Back then we asked Emperor Yi for help. You Ancestor and Emperor Yi joined hands, and a group of elders attacked him together. But still, we failed to kill him. The elders were furious. It would be troublesome to let Wu Feng kill his way into my palace. Emperor Yin sat cross-legged there and instructed, Elder Qi, it's the same plan as before. Lead the 21 elders to obstruct Shamanic Wind. Set out now. Yes. A tall and skinny old man with wrinkles all over his face spoke. Elder Qi swept his gaze across the crowd and said, Let's go. Let's go. Let's see what move this great Emperor Shamanic Wind has this time. This group of 22 elders were in the form of humans and beasts. Some had towering physiques, some were short. However, all of their auras were powerful and vigorous. Amongst the 55 elders under Emperor Yin, their fleshly bodies were extremely strong. Because their fleshly bodies were extremely strong, they were able to resist against danger. To deal with Great Emperor Shamanic Wind, they had already formed a routine. First, they sent 22 elders with powerful fleshly bodies over. Every elder had the strength of a god general. With so many of them working together, they could even resist against a sovereign for a period of time. Dealing with God Emperor Shamanic Wind and his subordinates was sufficient. They could use this chance to probe the actual situation of Great Emperor Shamanic Wind. Since Great Emperor Shamanic Wind dared to attempt this, he usually had something to rely on. Emperor Yin sat cross-legged on the sparkling jade bed, looking at the scene in midair. Its silvery white eyes were cold. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind, Dongbua Shuiying, and the rest traveled at high speed for quite a while before the enemy appeared. Rumble, for an instant 22 elders teleported out at the same time. The surrounding energy of the world had become chaotic. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind, you still dare to come? What technique do you have this time? Previously I kicked your butt. Do you want to be kicked again? Ha ha ha, receive my axe. The previous time, I ate half a god general's body. That time, if you were slightly slower, your god general would have been eaten alive by us. These elders from the Death Disaster clan acted at the same time. Because they specialized in different techniques, when they erupted at the same time, it caused the surrounding world to turn chaotic like boiling porridge. All sorts of techniques were directed at the other 6 elders by the side of Great Emperor Shamanic Wind. That's right. They were cursing at Great Emperor Shamanic Wind with their mouths. Yet their attacks were avoiding Great Emperor Shamanic Wind. Because they knew that attacking Great Emperor Shamanic Wind was pointless. Only by killing a god general under Great Emperor Shamanic Wind would Great Emperor Shamanic Wind truly feel heartache. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind took the initiative to act. His left hand slightly extended forward. At that moment, the world which had turned into boiling porridge began forming mini streams of air current. These surging streams spread everywhere, enveloping those elders from the Death Disaster clan. Every single elder was restricted by a large amount of air current, causing their strength to be affected. If one carefully analyzed, one could see that each stream of air current was actually formed from 1 trillion strands intertwining with each other. If these strands were used against unparalleled cultivators, they could easily cut through their bodies. But this domain technique merely restricted these elders slightly, causing their strength to drop by 10% to 20%. These elders did not care about it, and continued killing their way over. The 5 god generals under Great Emperor Shamanic Wind acted at the same time. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind also immediately pulled out the blade by his waist. The blade light turned into wind that enveloped those elders. Brother Feishue, it is time for you to act. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind looked at Dongbua Shuang by the side. All right. Dongbua Shuang chuckled. He had been waiting for this moment. He then turned to the 22 elders who were currently fighting against Great Emperor Shamanic Wind, and the others. Wang, Mirage and Illusory Realm descend. This was the #1 killing technique in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. It was the world that every living being desired. Furthermore, this world could even be described as real. This Mirage and Illusory Realm, created by Dongbua Shuang, was real to a certain extent. If he was willing to pay the price, any living being within the Illusory Realm could descend into reality. The 22 elders were originally madly fighting against each other. Yet under the attraction of this terrifying Mirage and Illusory Realm, many elders fell into oblivion one after another. In an instant, 7 elders fell into oblivion. The 11 elders could barely maintain their consciousness. They still had 10% to 20% of their original strength. Only 4 of them could retain about 30% of their original strength. Of course, it was not that these 4 were stronger than God General Skeletal Dragon in terms of willpower. Instead, it was because the fleshy bodies of the Death Destruction clan were generally strong. This batch of elders had even more tyrannical fleshy bodies. Hence, 4 of them could retain 30% of their original strength. In reality, the average willpower of the elders under Emperor Yin was slightly weaker than that of the 36 god generals under Great Emperor North River. Collect. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind, who was already prepared, immediately began capturing them. The 7 who fell into oblivion were the simplest. He would simply capture them. The 11 elders only had 10% to 20% of their original strength. There was a gap between them and Great Emperor Shamanic Wind, and now, the gap was so huge that it was ridiculous. Under the domain of Great Emperor Shamanic Wind, those strands of airflow entangling them were all captured. They could not resist at all. In the blink of an eye, 18 elders were captured. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind still took out his blade against the 4 elders, who could retain about 30% of their original strength. The blade light was like silk. It entangled all the elders from the Death Destruction clan. The elders from the Death Destruction clan could not escape even if they wanted to. Instead, the endless wind permeated into the deepest parts of their bodies. Similarly, with a single blade for a person, all of them were captured alive. Emperor Yin sat high on the sparkling jade bed. Its silvery white eyes were watching the scene that appeared in midair. The other 30 elders were also watching. They wanted to see what techniques Great Emperor Shamanic Wind had this time. Only after they understood the situation would they be able to decide on the next step. What? Emperor Yan's originally calm expression abruptly turned into one of shock. It looked with disbelief at what was happening on the screen. The 18 elders were instantly subdued. The remaining 4 elders were also captured alive with a single blade for a person. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind's blade was too fast. Emperor Yin did not even have the time to react before all the elders it sent out were captured alive. Why? Emperor Yin felt its heart trembling. It had never encountered such a situation before. Even when facing Supremes, it had never fallen into such a state. Ancestor Yin, I know. That white-robed young man must be the legendary Monarch Feishue. It must be him. Monarch Feishue. Among the 30 elders under Emperor Yin, there was an elder with a beast's body who let out a sharp scream. The originally quiet palace hall. Only this elder's shrill scream of "It must be him! It must be him!" Monarch Feishue reverberated in the palace hall. Emperor Yin immediately turned to this elder and roared, "Hurry up and tell me who is Monarch Feishue. Why have I never heard of him before?" Chapter 1246. Within the quiet palace hall, Emperor Yen and the other elders were staring at this beast-bodied elder. This elder was startled. He immediately prostrated with all four hooves and hurriedly said, "Ancestor Yen, not long ago, when I was asleep, I sent my incarnation to meet my brother Iluo. When chatting with my brother Iluo mentioned that an amazing monarch Feishua has appeared in the natives. I've heard that his soul technique could even cause emperors to fall into oblivion. He even mentioned that monarch Feishua is a cultivator who came from the realm Heart Great Land. But Iluo felt that this information should not be true. I also feel that it should be a rumor. How could cultivators from the realm Heart Great Land be so powerful? But previously, a group of elders have fallen into a deep sleep, and the remaining elders were all rapidly captured. I could only think of this legendary monarch Feishua. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Emperor Yin gritted its teeth. It revealed its fangs. This elder was slightly terrified. He hurriedly added, "I previously thought it was a rumor. Furthermore, Ancestor Yin is currently cultivating. If there isn't anything important, I wouldn't dare to disturb you." Emperor Yin became silent. The Death Destruction clan had a slow transmission of information. In addition, they were too different from the natives. Hence, it was impossible for them to infiltrate into the natives. Furthermore, the personalities of the experts from the Death Destruction clan were not suitable to be spies. Even though it had many experts under Emperor Yen, and it was considered well-informed, that was only relatively speaking. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind could not afford to lose. This was the closest he got to success. That was why he could change the appearance and aura of Dongbua Shuang. In reality, deep in his heart, Great Emperor Shamanic Wind felt that Emperor Yin might not know of the existence of Monarch Feishua. Where did Monarch Feishua come from? Emperor Yin became silent. It was the strongest among the 13 emperors, and it relied on the group of elders under it. But now a total of 22 of them were captured alive. With its strength greatly reduced, Emperor Yin started panicking. A cultivator, who came from the realm Heart Great Land, actually has a soul technique that could cause emperors to fall into oblivion? And from the looks of it, only a small portion of the elders have fallen into oblivion. The majority of them have some remnant strength. Emperor Yin thought, if it were me, I should have more strength remaining. He had at least 30% of his subordinates remaining. He estimated that he still had 50% of his strength left. With 50% of his strength, he had absolute confidence in escaping from Great Emperor Shamanic Wind. After all, this was a floating island, and it could escape quickly. Elders of the 5 Forbidden Lands, follow me. Emperor Yin stood up. Yes. 5 of the elders with the strongest auras answered respectfully. These 5 were the strongest subordinates of Yin's sovereign. So. Emperor Yin and the rest of the 6 turned into flowing lights and left the hall. After that, all of them disappeared. They traveled through the void to meet Great Emperor Shamanic Wind. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind, Dongbua Shuang, and their team had captured 22 elders. All of them revealed smiles on their faces. The plan this time was considered to have succeeded by more than half. As long as Emperor Yen is a little smarter, we will succeed this time. Even if it is foolish enough to continue resisting, losing 22 elders with incredibly powerful fleshy bodies, the remaining elders would likely be even more helpless against Brother Feishua's soul technique. Only the elders of the 5 Great Forbidden Lands are slightly harder to deal with. Even if we kill our way over, we have a high chance of winning. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind was grinning from ear to ear. He had been looking forward to this day for far too long. Dongbua Shuang had a smile on his face. He was calm. He came here for this transaction. What he cared more about was cultivating in the 7-Bell Pagoda, so that he could reach the final realm in one go. As for dealing with the Death Destruction clan, honestly speaking, the 3 great supremes of the Death Destruction clan were all evil devils. Of the 13 emperors, other than one who remained low profile and rarely acted, which of the other 12 did not kill countless people, devouring countless natives? This Death Destruction clan feels quite similar to the Destruction Devils. They are both born to kill and devour. The only difference is that the Destruction Devils are nurtured by the Supreme Law, and they carry the mission of destroying an era. Dongbo Shuang thought. As for the Death Destruction clan, 99% of them with low intelligence would never leave the sky-floating islands. As for the Apex Death Destruction clan, they have high intelligence and pursue strength. It is fine if they don't leave the sky-floating islands, but the moment they do, they would simply devour everything. Comparatively speaking, the natives were slightly more normal. They had male and female descendants, and they had emotions too. They were quite similar to cultivators. The Death Destruction clan was purely nurtured naturally on the sky-floating islands. They are here. They are here. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind, Dongbo Shuang, and the 5 god generals looked ahead. 6 figures appeared out of thin air in front of them. The leading figure was thin. Its body was covered in scales. At this moment, its scaled wings were unfolded. When it fully unfolded its scaled wings, it was shockingly huge. It was much larger than the 5 elders of the Forbidden Lands beside it. Instead, its body was only 1,000th the size of its wings. Emperor Yin unfolded its wings. Its silver eyes swept across Great Emperor Shamanic Wind. Following that, it landed on Dongbo Shuang. Are you Monarch Feishue? The first thing Emperor Yin said after appearing was to ask Monarch Feishue, have you heard of the name of Brother Feishue before? Great Emperor Shamanic Wind was slightly startled. He celebrated inwardly that he had asked Dongbo Shuang to conceal his aura and change his appearance. Dongbo Shuang no longer disguised himself after seeing that. He regained his normal aura and appearance of a white-robed young man from the realm Heart Great Land. At the same time he chuckled. It's said that the transmission of information within the Death Destruction clan is slow. Who would have thought that Emperor Yin would know of my name so quickly? It's an elder under me who knows of the name of Monarch Feishue. Emperor Yin was too lazy to care about Great Emperor Shamanic Wind. Instead, it continued looking at Dongbo Shuang, saying, it thought that the legend regarding Monarch Feishue was just a rumor. Only after seeing the power displayed by Monarch Feishue did it know that everything is real. It's not an injustice for me to lose before Monarch Feishue. You admit your defeat? Great Emperor Shamanic Wind chuckled. Shamanic Wind, how many times have you failed previously? This time, I didn't lose to you. Instead, I lost to Monarch Feishue. Emperor Yin said. He is the first in the history of Realm Heart Great Land and Broken Teeth Mountain Range to cause an emperor to fall. It is normal for me to lose to such an expert. Dongbo Shuang was startled. He had interacted with many members of the Death Destruction clan. Yet he had never met someone who spoke so logically. Monarch Feishue, why is there a need for you to help the Shamanic Wind? In terms of treasures, my Death Destruction clan naturally has the most. We are the race born on the sky-floating islands. Emperor Yin said. If you help me, I'll help you get whatever treasures you want. What do you think? Roping me in? Dongbo Shuang was even more startled. Given the personality of the Death Destruction clan, even if the higher-ups were intelligent, they would not be willing to compromise, much less take the initiative to rope the other party in. Emperor Yin was indeed unique, but according to the intelligence, that was indeed the case. Emperor Yin was unique even among the 13 emperors. It deliberately made the emperors of the Death Destruction clan work for it, becoming its subordinates and elders. Of course, part of the reason was that its blood was useful to these elders. But another reason was that it knew how to make use of these advantages. Hence, it became the one with the greatest authority among the 13 emperors. You don't have what Brother Feishue wants. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind's expression changed slightly. He was afraid that Dongbo Shuang would agree to it. What do cultivators want? Emperor Yin looked at Dongbo Shuang. I've heard that you cultivators care about supreme graded secret treasures the most, and also your realm of cultivation? Haha, speaking of which, a good friend of mine has a supreme graded secret treasure. I can even think of ways to help you find 1 or 2 supreme graded secret treasures. I can gift all of them to you. As for your realm of cultivation, it's just some supplementary items. Everything is fine. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind's expression changed. How about helping me? You are a cultivator and not a natives. Helping Great Emperor Shamanic Wind is helping you. And helping me is also helping you. Emperor Yin spread out its enormous wings. It spoke in a very friendly manner. Clearly, it was paying more attention to this monarch Fei Xue. I've disappointed Emperor Yan, Dongbo Shuiying said. Emperor Yan's expression changed at that moment. Its eyes became much more gloomy. Today is the first day. Chapter 1247. Being rejected by Dongbo Shuiying. Emperor Yin felt disappointed and furious. But Great Emperor Shamanic Wind revealed a joyous look. He knew that with Dongbo Shuiying standing on his side, he was practically guaranteed to win. Unless Emperor Yin chose to fight to the death. Why are you helping him and not me? Emperor Yan's silver eyes stared coldly at Dongbo Shuiying. He suppressed his anger. I will do my best to help you get what you want. Emperor Yin, it is better for you to stop struggling. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind sneered from the side. Since Brother Fei Xue isn't helping you, then you should stop making things difficult for him. Dongbo Shuiying stood by the side. His eyes were calm. Emperor Yin understood that it was impossible to persuade him. Have you made your decision? At this moment, Great Emperor Shamanic Wind felt delighted. Other than the excitement of getting the treasure, he also felt delighted that he could force Emperor Yin to lower its head. Because he had fought with Emperor Yin for too long. He had been defeated time and time again, and now, he could finally suppress Emperor Yin. He forced Emperor Yin to make a decision. This made Great Emperor Shamanic Wind feel delighted. Decision. Emperor Yin folded its scaled wings and wrapped around its body. Its silver eyes stared at Great Emperor Shamanic Wind. You want to fight? All right. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind's eyes revealed madness. He placed his hand on the saber by his waist. Let's see how many elders under you can survive after this battle. At the very least, all those captured by me will die. Most likely, your ranking among the 13 emperors will drop after this battle. Emperor Yin became silent for a moment before asking, how much do you want? Great Emperor Shamanic Wind chuckled. It was a brilliant smile. Not much. Since I have captured 22 elders, I only need 22 drops. Are you mad? Emperor Yan's expression changed. 22 drops? Do you know how long it takes to condense a drop of flowing light spiritual milk? I'm not mad, Great Emperor Shamanic Wind said. Over the years you Emperor Yin should not be unable to take out 22 drops, right? If you give it to me we will leave. Furthermore, we will return all the captured elders to you. At most 9 drops. Emperor Yin gritted its teeth. At most, we'll just start a war. Our Death Destruction clan can teleport on the sky-floating islands. And you can't even catch up to us. You won't even get a single drop of flowing light spiritual milk. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind's expression turned cold. Then more than half of the elders under you will die. As for the flowing light spiritual milk, the spirit pool of the spiritual milk, and some other treasured lands on this floating island, don't blame me for directly destroying them. The Yin Emperor was even more furious now. I'll take a step back. 20 drops. Not even a drop less. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind purposely said that he would take a step back and give them a way out. In reality, he didn't take much less. Emperor Yan's expression turned ugly. He looked at Dongbo Shuiying by the side. The moment they truly fell out, the consequences would be unpredictable. Emperor Yin looked at Dongbo Shuiying and said solemnly, Monarch Fei Xue, this time, I'll give you 20 drops of flowing light spiritual milk. Can you guarantee that you won't help Great Emperor Shamanic Wind to snatch treasures from me? Rest assured, this sky-floating island only has flowing light spiritual milk that I fancy. I guarantee that I won't come again, Great Emperor Shamanic Wind said. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Dongbo Shuiying. I can guarantee that. Dongbo Shuiying nodded. Emperor Yin nodded slightly. Monarch Fei Xue and Great Emperor Shamanic Wind were extraordinary existences. They would not easily go against their words. All right. Emperor Yin glanced at Great Emperor Shamanic Wind. Shamanic Wind, you are really lucky to be able to invite Monarch Fei Xue to help you. Otherwise, you would never be able to obtain these 20 drops of flowing light spiritual milk. Previously, Emperor Yin had traded with Great Emperor Shamanic Wind for a single drop of flowing light spiritual milk. It had squeezed out all of Great Emperor Shamanic Wind's treasures. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind couldn't accept it. One couldn't blame Emperor Yin for asking for such a high price. In the entire Broken Teeth mountain range, amongst the pinnacle experts, the flowing light spiritual milk was the most effective for Great Emperor Shamanic Wind's Shamanic Wind bloodline. To other great emperors, it was much less attractive. Of course, to ordinary emperors, it was still very helpful. Like the elders under Emperor Yin, they would only be able to obtain a drop after making great contributions. So. Emperor Yin waved its claws. Immediately bottles flew out. There was a total of 20 bottles. Each bottle contains a drop of flowing light spiritual milk. When the 5 elders behind Emperor Yin saw this, they were slightly indignant. The 5 of them had only obtained 2 drops at most. And today their leader, the head of the 13 emperors, Emperor Yin, was actually forced to lower its head and hand over 20 drops of flowing light spiritual milk. This was definitely a great humiliation. I've finally obtained it. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind waved his hand, causing these 20 bottles to arrive in front of him. He immediately pulled out the corks and inspected them. As he did so, his eyes were shining. He had been waiting for this for far too long. Haha, Emperor Yin is truly straightforward. I'm not a stingy person either. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind chuckled. He immediately released the 22 captured elders. Since you have obtained the flowing light spiritual milk, it's time for you to leave. Emperor Yin looked at him coldly. Go. Emperor Yan's mood isn't good now. Let's not stay here any longer. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind grinned. Brother Feishue, let us go. So, the group of 7 immediately turned into a lump of wind and left. Emperor Yin watched silently. The 5 elders of the Forbidden Lands, and the 22 newly released elders behind him were all silent. This time, they had truly lost their face. In the entire Death Disaster clan, Emperor Yan's status was second only to the 3 great supremes. And he was actually forced to lower his head and hand over the treasures. Ancestor Yin, you could have directly teleported away and ignored their threats. Yet because of us. If not for Ancestor Yin, we would have been killed by Great Emperor Shamanic Wind. These elders also spoke one after another, expressing their gratitude and flattering Yin Emperor. After all, the reason why they were loyal to Emperor Yin, and even addressed him as Ancestor Yin, was because the blood of Emperor Yin was extremely helpful to them. That was why they were so loyal to him. There's no need to say anymore. That Shamanic Wind will most likely spread the news of us losing our face this time. The entire Broken Teeth mountain range will know about it. Emperor Yin coldly said. But I didn't lose in the hands of Shamanic Wind. Instead, I lost in the hands of that monarch Feishue. Saying that, Emperor Yin directly teleported away. The remaining 5 elders and 22 elders exchanged glances. They knew that Emperor Yan's mood wasn't good. All of them obediently left. They did not have any thoughts of taking revenge at all, because that monarch Feishue was simply too frightening. The weaker ones had fallen into a deep slumber. The stronger ones were greatly weakened, and could be easily trampled or captured alive. Shamanic Wind World. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind returned, and was filled with excitement. He even gifted a pile of treasures to Dongbua Shui-Ying to express his gratitude. It was also to maintain a good relationship with him, because a terrifying soul expert who could greatly weaken them would have an obvious effect on the situation. This is the 7-Bell Tower. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind, Dongbua Shui-Ying, and the 8 god generals arrived in front of a tower. 7-Bell Tower. The tower looked very ordinary. 7 bells hung on the sides of the tower. From the surface, one could not see anything special about it. Brother Feishue only has to enter and control your energy to push one of the bells. The 7 bells will emit a sound, and the sound will lead Brother Feishue into an extremely special cultivation state. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind said. However, you can only send 1 clone inside. I understand. Thank you, Great Emperor. Dongbua Shui-Ying was filled with anticipation. Haha. I should be the one thanking Brother Feishue. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind laughed. Hua. One could see Dongbo Shuiying, who stood there immediately producing an avatar that walked into the seven-bell tower. The soul of this avatar was improving all the way until it reached the peak of perfection. But of the many avatars that Dongbo Shuiying brought with him, quite a few avatars had their souls weakening, because there was an unseen law restricting everything. Currently, in the realm Heart Great Land, of all the avatars of Dongbo Shuiying, the avatar guarding Feishua City, the avatar under the burning heart god tree, and the avatar that was currently heading to the seven-bell tower, the soul of these three avatars were at the peak of perfection. The other avatars that were fighting outside could only maintain their souls at 70%. This was sufficient, because he had fused with the core blood of the myriad tentacles dragon mother. Dongbo Shuiying's soul was exceptionally strong. Even if it was only at 70%, he could easily execute Tao of Mirage and illusory realm killing techniques. He even had excess energy to execute other techniques. Within the pagoda, when Dongbo Shuiying walked in, he discovered how unique this pagoda was. The internal structure was incredibly mysterious. There were many complicated edges within. Just sitting down, Dongbo Shuiying could not help but relax slightly. It felt as if the restriction his fleshy body had on his soul had lessened. The seven-bell tower is known as the #1 supreme treasure for meditation and cultivation. Let me see how mystical it is. With a thought, Dongbo Shuiying controlled the void and lightly pushed one of the hanging little bells. Ding ding dang dang, a sweet ringing sound of the bells sounded. Chapter 1248. When he first heard the sound of the bell, he only felt that it was pleasing to the ear. However, as the other bells rang one after another, the different sounds mixed together and transmitted into the pagoda. When the sounds reverberated within the unique structure of the pagoda, it produced a strange ripple that affected Dongbo Shuiying's soul. Under the guidance of the ripple, his soul gradually entered a strange state. Silence. His soul was unprecedentedly calm. There was a formless ripple seeping into his soul, maintaining everything. Can a soul be this quiet? It was as if everything had disappeared in the boundless darkness. The rules and everything else had disappeared. This kind of darkness and silence permeated every corner of the soul. The soul was so quiet that it seemed to have fallen into a standstill. At this moment, there was only his soul, only himself. With just a thought, he could easily sense his physical body. Xiao Chen's perception of his physical body was unprecedentedly strong. It was as if a boundless continent was right before him. The native experts used the seven-bell pagoda to research their own bodies and bloodlines. As for Dongbo Shuiying, there was no need for him to study it. This was because the evolution of his body was all due to his understanding of the nomological laws. Unlike the natives who had the bloodline of chaotic origin life forms in their bodies, they could cultivate their bloodline energy and obtain unfathomable strength. Toss your body aside. A single thought. The incomparably quiet soul easily isolated itself from the physical body. This isolation, his soul sensed that he had sunk into the true boundless darkness. There was nothing in the darkness, not even a physical body. However, in the extreme quietness of his soul, his mind was unbelievably active. I've never felt so comfortable before. It's as if my soul has no restraints, and my potential has been dug out. I should cultivate the Tao of Void. A large amount of understanding of the Void Tao's profoundness immediately appeared in his mind. He kept deducing, and many strange thoughts appeared in his mind. His cultivation speed was much faster than normal. It was as if his soul had always been affected by the paramount laws, and his fleshly body. He had been affected by too many things, and the effects of his cultivation were far inferior to what he was now. This is too amazing, he sighed inwardly. Following that, his mind was extremely active, and he quickly studied the Tao of Void. Previously, he had created 5 great Void Tao killer moves, a large amount of accumulations, and some of the fortuitous encounters he had obtained from the 500 floating islands appeared in his mind at this moment, colliding with each other. His thoughts were unrestrained as he thought in different directions. He was cultivating rapidly in different directions. Outside the tower, Dongwu Shuiying, Great Emperor Shamanic Wind, and the 8 god generals were all here. Peculiar, right? Great Emperor Shamanic Wind looked at Dongwu Shuiying. How magical. A complicated expression appeared on Dongwu Shuiying's face. The clone that was cultivating in the pagoda was naturally connected to the memories of all his other clones. This was also the reason why the feeling was so unique. The avatar cultivating in the 7-bell pagoda seemed to have its soul and thoughts in another dimension. In that dimension, its thoughts were extremely active, and its soul was unrestrained. Its cultivation speed was extremely fast. As for the rest of Dongwu Shuiying's clones, they were 1 dimension lower. Although their memories could be exchanged, their thoughts could not keep up. To think that there's such a treasure. Dongwu Shuiying looked at the 7-bell pagoda in front of him as his eyes lit up. In the Broken Teeth Mountain Range, the 7-bell pagoda was only used to assist the natives in comprehending their own bloodlines. But to cultivators it was much more helpful. This seemed to have unlocked some sort of shackles, allowing him to dig out his theoretical talent and potential. Haha, Brother Feishue, where are you planning to go next? Great Emperor Shamanic Wind chuckled. If there's anything you need my help with, just tell me. There is indeed a matter. But there's no need for Great Emperor to act. Dongwu Shuiying looked at an armored god general by the side. God General Stone Light. I plan to explore some sky-floating islands. Some of the emperors from the Death Disaster clan on those sky-floating islands could resist against my illusory realm technique. I'm not their opponent, even if they are left with 10% to 20% of their original strength. I'll need God General Stone Light's help. You can choose any treasure on the island. There's no need to trouble Big Brother Stone Light for such a matter. Let me do it. Monarch Feishue, I can do it too. With you around, I'm confident of fighting against any of the 13 emperors. How can we let Big Brother Stone Light do such a good thing? At that moment, the other god generals hurriedly said. They were slightly envious and jealous. Firstly, accompanying Monarch Feishue to explore the sky-floating islands was absolutely something they dreamed of. With Monarch Feishue around, the only ones they feared in the Death Disaster clan were the 3 great supremes. They did not place the others in their eyes. And did they not hear the words choose any treasure? Even though they were god generals, they coveted some of the treasures on the sky-floating islands too. It's just that they were not confident of getting them. Secondly, by adventuring together, their friendship would naturally deepen. This was a good opportunity to befriend Monarch Feishue. Even if they did not get any treasures, it was worth it. With a good friend like Monarch Feishue around, nobody in the entire Broken Teeth Mountain Range dared to easily become enemies with them. Monarch Feishue is asking for my help. Don't snatch it from me. God General Stone Light roared. Why, you want to compete? Dongwu Shuiying chuckled. He felt that it was sufficient to have the help of a god general. Furthermore, these were the subordinates of Great Emperor Shamanic Wind. He could not possibly bring them away, right? And in terms of strength, God General Stone Light was the strongest amongst the 8 great god generals. Hence, in the following days, Dongwu Shuiying brought God General Stone Light along to explore the sky-floating islands. He had detailed intelligence. Naturally, he would go to those islands with the mysterious eyes. He wanted to memorize more of the internal illusory realm structure of those mysterious eyes. Even though he had created the number 1 killing technique in the Tao of Mirage and illusory realm, since these mysterious eyes were helpful to him, he naturally had to memorize more of them. That way, his path to the final realm, in the Tao of Mirage and illusory realm, would be smoother. And in the Broken Teeth Mountain Range, a piece of news spread. With the help of Monarch Feishue, Great Emperor Shamanic Wind killed his way into the Emperor Yin Island and captured 22 elders alive, forcing Emperor Yin to lower its head and hand over the flowing light spiritual milk. This piece of news rapidly spread. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind even added fuel to the fire. He wanted to let everyone know that his relationship with Monarch Feishue was extremely good. At the same time, he was using this to vent his anger. Over the long years, he had lost to Emperor Yin too many times. This time, he finally forced Emperor Yin to lower its head. Such a matter naturally had to be spread across the entire Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Otherwise, How unpleasant would it be to do things sneakily? This monarch Feishue has a huge influence on our strength. Emperor Yin was forced to lower its head in his sky-floating island. He captured 22 elders alive. In front of this emperor, the number of divine generals means nothing. Discussions were going on everywhere. Dongwu Shuiying's fame was also growing. The 3 great supremes from the Death Destruction clan and the 2 great supremes from the natives were paying close attention to this monarch Feishue. As the news spread, it also reached the ears of the cultivators in Realm Heart Great Land. Like Emperor Summer and Undying Underworld Emperor, they were extremely concerned about the Broken Teeth Mountain Range. They would also frequently scout for information regarding the natives, especially Undying Underworld Emperor. Ever since he failed to become a chaotic origin life form, he had entered the Broken Teeth Mountain Range many times. This time, he was also the first unparalleled existences in Realm Heart Great Land to know about the matter of Monarch Feishue. What? Is what you said true? The handsome young man wearing a gray robe said with disbelief. When he was in Realm Heart Great Land, he always wore a luxurious golden robe and a crown. But in Broken Teeth Mountain Range, Undying Underworld Emperor was much more low profile. He had no choice. He was not qualified to be flamboyant in front of the natives. More importantly, he did not have avatars like Dongwu Shuiying and Emperor Summer. Of course it's true. The news has already spread for a few days. A plump old man was drinking wine opposite him. He said, "Underworld Emperor, didn't you say that you are the #1 cultivator in Realm Heart Great Land? Why do I feel that you are much weaker than Monarch Feishue?" Before Monarch Feishue, most emperors would simply sink into oblivion. God generals would even tremble in fear. Even great emperors would fight to befriend him. Even the 5 great supremes do not dare to slight him. Undying Underworld Emperor became taciturn. Jealousy. He did feel a strand of jealousy. If he had such a high status in Broken Teeth Mountain Range, things would be much easier for him. Other than jealousy, he was also anxious. His mirage and illusory realm has been cultivated to such a stage. There were some who reached the level 2 Cosmos God realm, in the Soul realm in the entire Realm Heart Great Land. But none of them were this frightening. Unless he reached the final realm? Or did he obtain a supreme secret impartation? Undying Underworld Emperor felt flustered. He did not know that nobody had ever reached the final realm in the Tao of Soul. Naturally, there was no supreme secret impartation, since he could cause emperors to sink into oblivion. Even if we final realm cultivators could resist against his mirage and illusory realm, we would still have to divert quite a lot of our heart force. Undying Underworld Emperor thought. Cultivators at the final realm might have an amazing heart realm, but their ability to resist against the mirage and illusory realm would at most be comparable to the 5 great supremes. Unquestionably, they would have to divert some of their heart force, weakening their strength. What should I do? He has many avatars. Many experts would fight to befriend him in Broken Teeth Mountain Range, and he has many resources. Furthermore, he has the Tao of Void and a chaotic origin weapon. With his accumulations and the opportunities in Broken Teeth Mountain Range, the chances of him reaching the final realm would be much higher. If this continues, he will only become stronger. Undying Underworld Emperor felt an unprecedented pressure. Chapter 1249. The expression of Undying Underworld Emperor changed constantly. This news was a huge blow to him. Although Dongwu Shuiying had ruined his plan to refine the Deathwalker, deep in his heart, he did not think that Dongwu Shuiying would be a threat to him. Firstly, it was unknown how long it would take for this Monarch Feishue to break through to the final realm. One could see how many cultivators in Realm Heart Great Land reached the final realm, and it was simply too difficult to reach the final realm. Secondly, even if he reached the final realm, he would own a chaotic origin weapon. Undying Underworld Emperor felt that even if he ignited the blood in his heart, he would still be comparable to Shuiying. Emperor Feishue couldn't possibly threaten his life. Even if he was not willing to ignite too much blood in his heart, he could still escape into the Broken Teeth Mountain Range, since he did not have any worries towards the Realm Heart Great Land. At his level, Hence, he chose to pursue the path of becoming a chaotic origin life form. The previous attempt had failed, and now only the Broken Tooth Mountain Range was left. At the worst, I'll just hide in the Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Undying Underworld Emperor was originally calm, but now, he was dumbfounded. This monarch Feishua is too famous in the Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Many parties are fighting to befriend him. If I were to escape into the Broken Teeth Mountain Range, he would only need to issue an order, and several great emperors, and even supremes would be willing to act for him. By then, I'm dead for sure. Undying Underworld Emperor felt anxious. It isn't safe in the Realm Heart Great Land either. It seems I have underestimated this monarch Feishua. Once he reaches the final realm, wielding a chaotic origin weapon would not be any weaker than me burning my heart blood. He still has a terrifying mirage and illusory realm technique that could cause even emperors to fall into it. I'm afraid I'll be weakened because of this. Undying Underworld Emperor thought. The moment my strength falls, I won't be his opponent and will be chased after by him. Once the heart blood in my body is exhausted, my strength will fall greatly once more. At that time, it won't just be a matter of being chased, I'll probably lose my life. Undying Underworld Emperor could totally imagine that scene. Most importantly, reason told him that this scene was very likely to come true. With Imperial Monarch Feishua's terrifying speed of cultivation, his natural talent was obviously extremely monstrous. In terms of the Void Dao, Feishua City's battle proved that Feishua Sovereign Emperor's accumulations were very deep. He also had a supreme secret technique in his hands. Since he was so famous in the Broken Teeth Mountain Range, it was likely that many world lords would take the initiative to offer him all sorts of benefits. Some of the opportunities on the floating island were also within reach. With the help of all parties, it wouldn't be long before Feishua reached the ultimate realm. If he reaches the ultimate realm, I'll be finished. If I fight him head-on, he still has illusions. If I burn my heart blood, I'm afraid I'll definitely die. Escape to the Broken Tooth Mountain Range? He's seeking his own death. There's no way out. I have nowhere else to go. The eyes of Undying Underworld Emperor turned cold and mad. He would not admit defeat so easily. In the past, he had fought against terrifying experts from different origin worlds and civilizations. He had even pondered over how to refine the Death Walker, and succeeded in doing so. That was also a great achievement. In the end, after sacrificing the Death Walker, he successfully escaped back to his hometown Realm Heart Great Land. One had to know that some experts who were not any weaker than him, and were even more outstanding, ultimately fell into that world of despair. Monarch Feishua, I'll see how you choose. Undying Underworld Emperor made his decision in his heart. I'll return first. We'll meet again in the future. Undying Underworld Emperor stood. Why are you in such a rush this time? The plump old man chuckled as he drank. Amen, it's time for me to return. Undying Underworld Emperor did not say anything else. He turned around and left the place. If he knew that Dongbua Shuaying was famous in the Broken Tooth Mountain Range, he would not have entered the Broken Tooth Mountain Range, because it was too dangerous. Undying Underworld Emperor stealthily returned to the Realm Heart Great Land. In the Realm Heart Great Land, there was a law restriction set by Yuan that prevented true apex experts from entering the Broken Tooth Mountain Range. Naturally, nobody could threaten him. But this was temporary. The moment Dongbua Shuaying reached the final realm, a calamity would descend upon him. Hoo, the gale was howling. Snowflakes were flying everywhere. Dongbua Shuaying sat by himself under the pavilion drinking wine. The wine was warm. There was an unseen fluctuation surrounding the pavilion that prevented the gale from invading. Snowflakes swirled around the place. It was dark, yet the pavilion remained quiet. The fragrance of wine pervaded the air. Amen. Dongbua Shuaying frowned when he looked over. A fluctuation descended. The surrounding wind stopped. The snow scattered. That strand of fluctuation gradually condensed world energy above the lake before condensing into a figure. It was a handsome young man wearing a luxurious golden robe and a crown. Undying Underworld Emperor? He came to my place. Dongbua Shuaying was startled. There were unparalleled existences who came to visit his Feishua city too. But Undying Underworld Emperor's visit had exceeded his expectations. After all, the entire Realm Heart Great Land knew of the enmity between the two. I wonder why Underworld Emperor came to my place? Dongbo Shuang asked. Aren't you going to invite me over? Undying Underworld Emperor had a handsome expression. He chuckled. Dongbo Shuang frowned. If it were Undying Underworld Emperor's true body, Dongbo Shuang would simply sweep his chaotic origin weapon, Azure River Spear, over before the other party could even approach Feishua City. But it was just an incarnation. Naturally, he did not place it in his eyes. Since the other party came with such magnanimity, he, Dongbo Shuang, would naturally welcome him. Underworld Emperor, have a seat. Dongbo Shuang remained seated there. He did not stand up to welcome the other party. He did not like this Undying Underworld Emperor. Ha ha ha. Undying Underworld Emperor chuckled as he walked over and sat down. He casually picked up the wine flask by the side. With a wave of his hand, he condensed a wine cup using world energy. He poured the wine for himself and drank a mouthful before saying, "This wine is ordinary. But since it is the wine of Monarch Feishua, the value of this wine has increased by a few times." Dongbo Shuang carefully observed this Undying Underworld Emperor. The other party actually spoke so politely and even flattered him. That was unlike the personality of Undying Underworld Emperor. Previously, both parties had a huge enmity, and Shuang had disrupted his plans. Undying Underworld Emperor was so furious that he wanted to destroy the entire Feishua city just to vent his anger. And now he was even flattering him. "Monarch Feishua, we do have some enmity in the past," Undying Underworld Emperor said. "But speaking of which, it is your personality that is too unyielding. You can't tolerate any devils. You aren't targeting me alone. Instead, you are targeting all devils." "Yes," Dongbo Shuang nodded. "It's good that Underworld Emperor understands. But ultimately, you have disrupted my plans," Undying Underworld Emperor said. "In this path of cultivation, you have cut off my Tao path. That is an irreconcilable enmity between us." Dongbo Shuang continued listening calmly. "But now this enmity can be resolved." Undying Underworld Emperor chuckled. "How?" Dongbo Shuang asked. "Haha, Monarch Feishua has hidden himself extraordinarily deeply. Currently, your name has spread across the entire Broken Tooth Mountain range. 13 emperors, 8 great emperors, 5 great supremes. I believe none of them would dare to look down on you. You can easily become a VIP of the supremes. Even great emperors would likely take the initiative to invite you and present you with gifts," Undying Underworld Emperor said. Dongbo Shuang's eyebrows twitched. He chuckled. "Underworld Emperor's information network is really fast. It's only because the natives in our Realm Heart Great Land do not interact much. Otherwise this news would have long spread. In a few years, even unparalleled existences would know about it." Undying Underworld Emperor said, "The reason why I came here is because I hope that Monarch Feishua can help me. Once you help me, we will be friends from then on. I won't go and slaughter those weak ants anymore." "How can I help you?" Dongbo Shuang said. "It would not be good if they fell out. If Undying Underworld Emperor truly decided to slaughter, even Dongbo Shuang could not stop him. Help me gather 15 dark flowers before sending me into the Snake Tooth Corridor," Undying Underworld Emperor said. "As long as you help me with this, the enmity between us will be resolved. I can even agree to any benefits you seek from me. I can even do anything you need me to do. As for why I will no longer slaughter, haha, as long as I enter the Snake Tooth Corridor, I will no longer return to the Realm Heart Great Land. Naturally, I will no longer bring chaos to the Realm Heart Great Land." Dongbo Shuang's expression changed when he heard that. Every single dark flower was incredibly precious. It was not any less than a drop of flowing light spiritual milk. But with his influence in the Broken Tooth Mountain range, it was still possible for him to obtain 15 dark flowers. But the Snake Tooth Corridor was a legendary forbidden ground in the entire Broken Tooth Mountain range. Want to enter? That was merely a legend recorded in the intelligence reports of the natives. Perhaps only the 5 great supremes had entered before. Practically none of the great emperors had entered before. If he wanted to enter the mysterious snake-tooth corridor, he would most likely have to seek help from the 5 great supremes. Most supremes would enter if they were fated to do so. Even great emperors could not obtain such benefits. You wish to enter the snake-tooth corridor? Dongbo Shuiying looked at Undying Underworld Emperor. This request was unbelievably high. Chapter 1250. Yes. The eyes of Undying Underworld Emperor were blazing. Given Monarch Feishue's current status in Broken Tooth Mountain Range, I believe you should be able to do it. Emperor Hades, how much do you know about the Snake-Tooth Corridor? Dongbo Shuiying felt puzzled in his heart. Undying Underworld Emperor actually thought that he could obtain an opportunity to enter the Snake-Tooth Corridor from him? Undying Underworld Emperor said solemnly. The Snake-Tooth Corridor is a legendary forbidden ground in the Broken Tooth Mountain Range. Hearsay it contains the secret to becoming a chaotic origin life form. Even the 5 great supremes have entered it to search for it. Right, the 5 great supremes all went to search. Dongbo Shuiying said. It is said that there is a secret to becoming a chaotic origin life form. Which of the 5 great supremes do not wish to become a chaotic origin life form? It was impossible for them to give this opportunity to others. Even the 8 great emperors and 13 emperors desired it. I can tell you clearly, in the entire Broken Tooth Mountain Range, the opportunity to enter the Snake-Tooth Corridor had never been traded. There are no deals between the supremes, and it has never been bestowed to the 8 great emperors or the 13 emperors. Never. I, Imperial Emperor Feishue, am still of some use in front of the 8 great emperors and the 13 sovereigns. However, in front of the 5 great paragons, the most they could do was look at him in a different light. You want to get a chance to enter the Snake-Tooth Corridor? Dream on. Dongbo Shuiying said calmly. He wasn't lying. Because he had obtained sufficient intelligence from Great Emperor North River and Great Emperor Shamanic Wind. Other great emperors even came to invite him recently. He was definitely one of the top members of the Broken Teeth Mountain Range. And he knew many secrets. 5 supremes, his status was very high. The 13 emperors and the 8 great emperors were still fighting. However, the 5 supremes didn't care much about power. They didn't even care about treasures. Since they had already reached the peak of the Martial Emperor realm, the opportunities on the floating islands were of little use to them. The only thing that could be of great use to the 5 great supremes was the legendary forbidden area, the Snake-Tooth Corridor. What they were fighting for was the opportunity to enter the Snake-Tooth Corridor, because only by entering the Snake-Tooth Corridor could they become a chaotic origin life form. Otherwise, cultivating to become a chaotic origin life form was simply too difficult. Every opportunity to enter was very precious, and it was even enough for the supreme martial artists to kill each other. There was no way he would give up this opportunity. How could he give it up? For a cultivator like Dongbo Shuiying to ask for such an opportunity, it was simply a dream. His illusions might have a strong effect on the great emperors. However, its influence on the 5 great supremes would be further reduced. If the strength of the 5 supremes was only reduced by 20 to 30%, they still did not fear the other supremes. Rule over many worlds? Fight. They did not care about it. They only pursued one thing: jumping out of the cage and becoming a chaotic origin life form. No chance at all? The expression of Undying Underworld Emperor changed. What he could interact with in the Broken Teeth Mountain Range could not be considered to be at the apex. He only knew bits and pieces. No chance. Dongbo Shuiying shook his head. Emperor Hades, you can't enter the Snake-Tooth Corridor even if you beg for it. He could only fight for it himself. There might be opportunities to enter on the floating islands, and we can fight for them. Fight? Why should I fight for it? Undying Underworld Emperor looked at Dongbo Shuiying. If I were to refine a Death Walker, I would naturally be able to compete for it by relying on it. But now how can I compete? Facing the 5 great supremes, I don't even have the chance to escape. I can help you gather 15 dark flowers, Dongbo Shuiying said. But you have to swear an oath first. Ha ha ha. Undying Underworld Emperor guffawed. He laughed madly. Monarch Feishue, you are truly a joke. After cultivating to my current realm, how difficult would it be to take another step forward? Ordinary treasures are not helpful to me at all. Even the dark flowers are merely the icing on the cake. If I can't enter the snake tooth corridor, everything will be pointless. Everything will be pointless. Originally, I could have entered. With the Death Walker, I could have gotten a chance to enter. Undying Underworld Emperor stared at Dongbua Shuang. His eyes were filled with madness. But it is you who destroyed the sacrificial ritual. Dongbua Shuang calmly looked at him. He looked at the maddened Undying Underworld Emperor. I want to perform another sacrificial ritual. Are you going to obstruct me? Undying Underworld Emperor asked madly. Obstruct me? Dongbua Shuang nodded. If you obstruct me, I'll similarly slaughter countless sentient beings. Dongbua Shuang shook his head. I won't obstruct you. A single sacrificial ritual will still involve the lives of many sentient beings. If you slaughter too many, Yuan will naturally send down the punishment. Furthermore, if the other party succeeded in refining the Death Walker, nobody would be able to obstruct this Underworld Emperor. Even though he did not know how strong the Death Walker was, Undying Underworld Emperor's original strength was so exaggerated that he could fight against God generals. Given how much he wanted to refine the Death Walker, it would definitely surpass his current strength. Otherwise, why would he bother to refine it? The moment he succeeded, nobody would be able to obstruct him. Very good, very good. Undying Underworld Emperor turned mad. His figure soon dissipated. The negotiation collapsed. This is troublesome. Dongbua Shuang muttered to himself. But he had no choice. He, Dongbua Shuang, did not have the capability to request for an opportunity to enter the Snake Tooth Corridor and give it to Undying Underworld Emperor. At another location, seated on a throne in a towering palace hall, the eyes of Undying Underworld Emperor abruptly ignited with flames. Hong! The surface of his body was engulfed in flames. The flames spread out in all directions. The female attendants in the palace hall turned into nothingness amidst their terror. This entire palace hall had been burnt into ruins. Undying Underworld Emperor stood in midair above the ruins. I have no other path left. You are not giving me a path. Undying Underworld Emperor seemed to have turned mad. If he obediently chose not to slaughter others, even if Dongbua Shuang reached the final realm, Dongbua Shuang would still allow him to live. But to Undying Underworld Emperor, he could not endure living like this without becoming a chaotic origin life form. Living without hope was a form of torture. His lifespan was too long. The only thing he desired was to evolve his level of life. He desired to reach that unfathomable level of life. It was like a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon. He once experienced a higher level of life at a close distance. Hence, he desired it even more. Then I shall fight for the last time. I have lived for so long since I could escape back. It is impossible for me to reach the final realm through ordinary cultivation paths. Only the mysterious Snake Tooth Corridor would give me a chance. The eyes of Undying Underworld Emperor were blazing with flames. Before Monarch Feishue reaches the final realm, I shall fight for the last time. I do not wish for the complete Death Walker. Even if I could control it simply, it would suffice. The complete Death Walker was a half-chaotic origin life-form body. Its strength could match the 5 Great Supremes. If he succeeded in refining it, he would immediately become an existence comparable to a Supreme. Naturally, he was qualified to fight for the opportunity to enter the Snake Tooth Corridor in the Broken Tooth Mountain Range. Even if it was an incomplete Death Walker, it was still strong enough. I shall risk it. Undying Underworld Emperor had no path of retreat. This Monarch Feishue's cultivation speed is incredibly fast. He should be able to reach the final realm in 1,000,000,000,000 years. I have to succeed within 1,000,000,000,000 years. Undying Underworld Emperor thought. 1,000,000,000,000 years was not considered long in the eyes of a cosmos god. Undying Underworld Emperor felt that he had overestimated Dongbua Shuang to reach the final realm in such a short period. Just like how Lord Lo Chung gave Dongbua Shuang and Sword Master opportunities in the past, he was doing his best. He was not confident that the two of them could reach the final realm before the great apocalypse. One could see how difficult it was to reach the final realm. It's just that in the end, both Sword Master and Dongbo Shuiying's growth had startled both Lord Locheng and Yuan. Sword Master had reached the final realm. Dongbo Shuiying had even reached an unfathomable level in the Tao of Soul. 1,000,000,000 years. Undying Underworld Emperor felt that time was tight. But it should be possible to reach the final realm within 1,000,000,000 years. That day, Undying Underworld Emperor arrived at the Southern Cloud capital. Teacher. Southern Cloud King remained obedient. He had no choice. He did not dare to disobey this Undying Underworld Emperor. Humph. Undying Underworld Emperor coldly snorted. He disliked Southern Cloud King, because that monarch Feishue who infuriated him was also the disciple of Southern Cloud King. It's just that currently, he still required the help of this Southern Cloud King. Help me gather these materials. Undying Underworld Emperor threw a scroll to Southern Cloud King. You have to gather them within 10 billion years. Otherwise, your Southern Cloud nation will be destroyed. Southern Cloud King felt his heart trembling when he heard that. He extended his hand to receive the scroll. Chapter 1251. After throwing the scroll, Undying Underworld Emperor disappeared. Southern Cloud King held onto the scroll. He was panicking in his heart. This Undying Underworld Emperor might have asked me to do things in the past, but he would at least maintain some demeanor on the surface. This time, he wants me to do something. If I fail, he would wipe out the Southern Cloud nation. He was actually so tyrannical and ruthless. Something's wrong. After a while, Feishue City, an avatar of Southern Cloud King, came to meet Dongbo Shuiying. Master. Dongbo Shuiying was still seated below the pavilion. When he saw his master, he hurriedly stood up to welcome him. Snow Eagle, I've just met with Undying Underworld Emperor, and I feel that something is amiss. Southern Cloud King explained what happened. Dongbo Shuiying replied, It's all because of me. Because of you? Southern Cloud King was startled. He might have sensed a huge threat. Dongbo Shuiying sighed. Speaking of which, it's because I made a name for myself in the Broken Teeth Mountain Range. You made a name for yourself in the Broken Teeth Mountain Range. What kind of name? Southern Cloud King felt even more puzzled. The cultivators from Realm Heart Great Land had to be extremely cautious in the Broken Teeth Mountain Range. They had to be careful when facing the Death Destruction clan. He also had to be careful when facing the natives. Even the invincible existences did not dare to bring their supreme secret treasures inside, unless it was absolutely necessary. It's like this. Dongbo Shuiying naturally didn't need to hide anything from his master, so he told him everything. Southern Cloud King became more and more startled as he listened. Oh my god! He even dared to become enemies with Great Emperor North River. Not only was Great Emperor North River not angered, he even came personally to invite Shuiying over. One by one, the Great Emperors invited him. Great Emperor Shamanic Wind joined hands with him, Dongbo Shuiying, and forced the most powerful Emperor Yen of the 13 sovereigns to lower its head. Even if the horizons of Southern Cloud King were broad, at this moment, he was looking at his disciple with incomparable shock. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. There had never been a cultivator in the history of Realm Heart Great Land like Dongbo Shuiying who could enjoy such glory in the Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Even the 8 great emperors and the 13 sovereigns were eager to befriend him. Has your Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm reached the final realm? The soul technique is actually so powerful? Southern Cloud King could not help but ask. No, I just reached a bottleneck. Dongbo Shuiying said. I had some fortuitous encounters in Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Using them, I comprehended a Mirage Illusion Realm killer move. With this killer move, it has such power. You were able to make so many Emperor Realm cultivators in the Broken Teeth Mountain Range fall into depravity. I'm afraid that even our ultimate Realm cultivator's strength will be greatly reduced in front of you. Most level 2 Cosmos gods and Paragon Masters would likely fall asleep in front of you, including me. Southern Cloud King shook his head and sighed. Even though we have many avatars, a single thought from you could destroy all of them. At this moment, Southern Cloud King felt a strand of terror towards this disciple of his. The soul technique was too terrifying. If one avatar fell into the illusion, all the other avatars would also fall into the illusion due to their shared memories. At this moment, Southern Cloud King decided to temporarily sever the memories of his avatars located in other origin worlds. Because they were separated by an origin world, it was strenuous for the avatars to share their memories. As long as they did not take the initiative to connect their memories, they would naturally be severed. I'll only connect my memories once every few years to prevent my avatars from developing different personalities. The soul technique was too frightening. Even Southern Cloud King, who was his teacher and a cultivator, instinctively chose to protect himself. I should be able to deal with level 2 cosmos gods with a thought. Dongbo Shuang nodded. Currently, the only existences he could not deal with in the realm Heart Great Land were final realm cultivators. That undying underworld emperor should be aware of this intelligence. He is afraid of me, Dongbo Shuang calmly said. Afraid of you? Southern Cloud King felt puzzled. Yes, he wishes to enter the Broken Teeth Mountain Range. But if I were to discover him in the Broken Teeth Mountain Range, I could easily summon a group of experts to kill him, Dongbo Shuang said. And because I can easily obtain many treasures and opportunities, those Starlight Masters and even great emperors have taken the initiative to send treasures to me. Given my accumulations in the Tao of Void and my attainments in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm, he might think that it is possible for me to reach the final realm in either of these two Taos. Southern Cloud King agreed. Yes, he also felt that this disciple of his could reach the final realm in either of the two Taos. Naturally, this was because the cultivators in the realm Heart Great Land did not know how difficult the Tao of Soul was. If I were to reach the final realm in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm, my soul technique might be even more formidable. Perhaps I might be able to kill him with my soul technique, Dongbo Shuang said. Even if I can't kill him, he should only be left with 20% to 30% of his original strength. Killing him would be much easier. Currently, his soul technique was already so formidable. It would be even more amazing if he reached the final realm, killing with a thought. Dongbo Shuang vaguely felt that it was possible for him to do so. If I were to reach the final realm in the Tao of Void, by relying on the chaotic origin weapon and finding some helpers, I might be able to kill him, Dongbo Shuang said. Southern Cloud King was inwardly startled. This cheap disciple of his was formidable. Amazing. He could threaten the life of undying underworld emperor in the blink of an eye. That is why he wants to struggle. Dongbo Shuang shook his head. I don't wish to force him into a corner. As long as he doesn't start a massacre, I'm even willing to swear an oath that I won't act against him. It's a pity that his goal is to become a chaotic origin life form. His request is too crazy, and I can't satisfy him at all. Hence, he should have started some sort of plan. It is impossible for him to wait for death. Amen, he won't wait for death, Southern Cloud King said. In an enormous city, during the night, undying underworld emperor arrived above this city. He coldly looked down at this city. There were many cultivators living in this city. There were men and women, old and young, lone cultivators, and some who worked as attendants or servants to earn cosmos crystals. Absorb. Undying underworld emperor abruptly took in a deep breath. Endless darkness immediately enveloped the entire city. Many civilians in the city could not resist at all. Their souls were leaving their bodies. This devour by undying underworld emperor formed a dark abyss, and many souls were being sucked into that dark abyss. Some of the citizens in the city had clones outside, so they immediately spread the news. Undying underworld emperor felt disdain from concealing such a huge disturbance. Not only did the civilians spread the news, this disturbance was also sensed by several final realm experts. Amen. What is underworld emperor doing? Ancestor fan sensed from afar. Watching this, he felt bewildered. Even if he wants to capture a large number of souls, he should just think of ways to lure some weaker cultivators to capture them. Why is he doing it personally? But he did not know. Undying Underworld Emperor, wanted to seize the time to experiment. And luring the weaker devils to capture the souls required time. The fastest way to capture the first batch of souls was naturally for him to do it personally. Absorb. Undying Underworld Emperor finally absorbed all the souls into his body and stored them in his spatial storage. He waited at his original position for a moment. Eventually, a white-robed young man appeared by the side. Underworld Emperor. Dongbua Shueying looked at the city below. Many civilians had lost their souls. It had turned into a dead city. He could not help but turn to Undying Underworld Emperor with anger. What are you preparing to do? Just a city was definitely not enough to sacrifice. What am I doing? Since you aren't giving me a path, I can only pave it myself. Undying Underworld Emperor coldly chuckled at Dongbua Shueying. Monarch Feishue, the famous Monarch Feishue. It is likely that you will become the #1 expert in Realm Heart Great Land in the future. What a pity that you can't stop me. Saying that, the figure of Undying Underworld Emperor disappeared. He deliberately stayed here precisely to wait for Dongbua Shueying. Damn. Dongbua Shueying's expression turned ugly. He could still kill ordinary devils, but he could not do anything to Undying Underworld Emperor. Time passed. Dongbua Shueying became famous in Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Many pieces of news finally spread across the highest level of Realm Heart Great Land. Emperor Summer, Apocalyptic God Emperor, Towering Sky King, Ancestor Fan, Eternal Night Primogenitor, Extreme Night Primogenitor, and others were dumbstruck when they heard about it. Ancestor Fan even exclaimed, "His Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm has at least reached the pinnacle bottleneck. He might even reach the final realm." They even scouted out. The great emperors even treated Dongbua Shueying as an esteemed guest. Even the 13 emperors were wary of this monarch Feishue. Many world masters even took the initiative to send over huge amounts of treasures, top-graded secret treasures. According to rumors, there were even supreme-graded secret treasures. That was madness. The highest level of Realm Heart Great Land was startled by this. Some final realm experts who did not own any supreme-graded secret treasures felt their eyes turning red. They were envious and jealous, but they were helpless. As many unparalleled existences and final realm experts came to visit Dongbua Shueying, Dongbua Shueying was instead paying attention to the news regarding Undying Underworld Emperor. Undying Underworld Emperor. Dongbua Shueying's mood wasn't good at all. Just 3 years, other than Underworld Emperor, who plundered a huge batch of souls. Quite a few souls were plundered in the dark after that. Currently, Dongbua Shueying was in Realm Heart Great Land. The 6 great ancient nations gave him a lot of respect. He relied on various intelligence reports to investigate those who plundered souls. And everything pointed to that Undying Underworld Emperor. Underworld Emperor must not be allowed to live. Dongbua Shueying gritted his teeth. I have to think of ways to eliminate him. If this continued, it was unknown how many more people would die. Was he really hoping for Yuan to descend? Given Yuan's temper, he would most likely not punish Shueying unless his death could affect the order of the entire Realm Heart Great Land. Chapter 1252. Summer Wind Ancient Nation Royal Palace. Within a flower garden, Emperor Summer, Emperor Tsong, and Ancestor Fan were currently gathered together drinking wine and chatting. They were currently discussing about the most influential character in the entire Realm Heart Great Land, Monarch Feishue. I heard that even the Extreme Night Primogenitor visited Imperial Lord Feishue. The Extreme Night Primogenitor even swore an oath to resolve the enmity. Firmament Tharch laughed and said, "Speaking of which, of the 2 from the Primogenita ancient country, at least the Extreme Night Primogenitor is a true person. He lowers his head when he says so. Instead, that Eternal Night Primogenitor is the most fake. Haha, Eternal Night Primogenitor should be feeling vexed right now." Ancestor Fan chuckled. This Yingshan Snow Eagle is much more frightening than in the past. In fact, a single summon from him would probably send a group of world lords to the Broken Teeth Mountain Range. The Xia Emperor nodded. His rise to power is unstoppable. That's right, we can't stop them. Ancestor Fan sighed. It's extremely difficult for other cultivators to obtain the many treasures in Broken Teeth Mountain Range. But this Yingshan Snow Eagle doesn't even need to take the risk, and a large group of natives would take the initiative to offer it. It's useless to be envious. Your mirage and illusory realm is far inferior to his, Emperor Tsong said from the side. Isn't his mirage and illusory realm too powerful? Ancestor Fan shook his head. Two roads, the Tao of Void and the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm, made everyone feel the terrifying momentum of Dongbui Shui Ying's rise. Moreover, he had the assistance of the various fortuitous encounters in Broken Tooth Mountain Range, so his momentum was even more difficult to stop. Speaking of Imperial Monarch Feishue, Imperial Monarch Feishue will arrive. Emperor Xia suddenly laughed. The three of them stared at the distant sky. A white-robed young man walked out from midair and descended with a smile. He did not look arrogant at all. He first politely bowed. Greetings, Emperor Xia, Ancestor Fan, and Emperor Tsong. Emperor Feishue, come. Sit, the Xia Emperor said. We were just talking about you when you arrived. Ancestor Fan said. Feishue, currently several unparalleled existences are saying that you will most likely become the #1 expert in Realm Heart Great Land in the future. He is above Emperor Xia and Emperor Hades. Saying that, Ancestor Fan even smiled at Emperor Xia. I haven't even reached the final realm. There's still a long way to go. Dongbui Shuiying said. Emperor Summer said. I agree with this saying too. Even though I have obtained a supreme secret importation, it's a pity that I don't have a chaotic origin weapon with me. Hence, I can't execute the final killing technique of the supreme secret importation. The moment you reach the final realm in the Tao of Void, you would have a supreme secret importation and a chaotic origin weapon. By then, even if Underworld Emperor risked his life, he would only be able to fight close to you. Dongbui Shuiying sighed inwardly. The chaotic origin weapon and the supreme secret importation complemented each other. Even if he had a supreme secret inheritance, even if he obtained another Void Path supreme secret treasure, he wouldn't be able to execute the final killer move of the supreme secret inheritance. Monarch Feishue, if you reach the final realm in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm, it would be even harder to predict. Currently, I've heard that some emperors in the Broken Teeth Mountain Range have fallen to your technique. If you reach the final realm, I wouldn't be surprised if you could kill us with a single thought. Emperor Tsong sighed. The Tao of Soul is inherently difficult and complicated. Reaching the final grand perfection would most likely bring about all sorts of mystical aspects. Any Tao would have its own unique aspects once it reached grand perfection. Hence, most final realm experts would have powerful survival capabilities, even if they did not have any supreme graded secret treasures. And what kind of techniques would the Tao of Soul have when it reached the final grand perfection? It was hard for them to predict. I wish to reach the final realm too, yet it's too difficult. Dongbui Shuiying shook his head and sighed. Emperor Summer, Ancestor Fan, Emperor Tsong. Dongbui Shuiying continued. This time, I'm here to seek the help of the three of you. Oh, the great monarch Feishue can casually summon some world masters to help you. Do you need our help? Ancestor Fan teased. Monarch Feishue, please tell us what you need our help with. Emperor Summer answered. Emperor Tsong was also looking at Dongbui Shuiying. The three of them were curious. This monarch Feishue had many treasures. Currently, his authority was sufficiently great that even the 6 great ancient nations gave him face. Even Extreme Knight Primogenitor and Moonflower King had long paid a visit to him and swore an oath just to befriend him. Only Eternal Knight Primogenitor, who cared about his reputation and had a greater enmity with Shuiying, was hesitating. With such a huge influence, what was the point of asking the three of them for help? Dongbui Shuiying nodded with a solemn expression. I wish to eliminate Undying Underworld Emperor. Eliminate Undying Underworld Emperor? Emperor Summer and the other two were greatly alarmed. They found it hard to believe. He is currently the #1 expert in Realm Heart Great Land. Emperor Summer said. The moment he unleashes his trump card, even I am not his opponent. And you want to eliminate him? There's no need to worry about fighting him head-on. Dongbo Shuang said, I'm confident that I can invite some world masters over to help me, even if it's 30 to 50 of them. It isn't difficult for me to invite more than 100 of them. The expressions of Emperor Summer, Ancestor Fan, and Emperor Tsong changed when they heard that. More than 100 world masters? Yuan left behind a law restriction that limited the natives who could enter the Realm Heart Great Land from Broken Teeth Mountain Range, were at most initial emperors. As for the Death Destruction clan, that was filled with madness, they could not enter the Realm Heart Great Land at all. As for initial emperors, even though their techniques were slightly crude, they were comparable to Emperor Summer in terms of power. Emperor Summer could easily deal with a world master by relying on the profundity of his techniques. But if 5 to 6 world masters worked together, Emperor Summer would be at a disadvantage. I have only heard about it previously, but now, I finally understand how influential Monarch Feishue is in the Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Ancestor Fan sighed. Dongbo Shuang did not say anything else, much less world masters. He could even invite great emperors and a group of god generals for help. As for world masters, there were too many people that he could invite. A group of world masters working together in a combat formation should be sufficient to gain an absolute advantage. Once that undying underworld emperor loses his trump card, it is possible for us to kill him. Dongbo Shuang said. Currently, the most troublesome thing is that if he chose not to fight and chose to escape, even if I brought a group of world masters, I would not be able to find him. Amen. Right. If he wants to escape, you can't find him at all. Ordinary final realm cultivators could hardly find him even if they wanted to escape. Undying Underworld Emperor has reached the final realm in 2 Daos. If he wants to escape, how can you find him? Those native world masters might be powerful, but their understanding of the law is too far off. It is impossible for them to find Undying Underworld Emperor. Emperor Summer and the other 2 said. Dongbo Shuang agreed too. That was why final realm devils could wreak havoc in the Realm Heart Great Land. The moment they escaped, they could conceal their aura and fluctuations, making it hard for them to trace the other party. That is why I found this place, Dongbo Shuang said. I hope the 3 of you can help me see if there are any ways to trace him down. If he chose to escape, we can determine where he is and continue chasing after him. It is difficult to trace down Undying Underworld Emperor, Emperor Summer said. Dongbo Shuang's eyes brightened. Emperor Summer only mentioned that it was difficult and not impossible. Does Emperor Summer have any ideas? Dongbo Shuang asked. If Emperor Summer can help me kill that Undying Underworld Emperor, I can gift you a flame-related supreme-graded secret treasure. Emperor Summer's eyes brightened when he heard that. He had a void-related supreme-graded secret treasure, yet he did not have any flame-related supreme-graded secret treasure. What a huge sum. Emperor Tsong sighed. You are willing to part with so much for the sake of killing Undying Underworld Emperor. Ancestor Fan sighed too. You might be the strongest in Realm Heart Great Land in the future, but in terms of treasures, you are currently the strongest in Realm Heart Great Land. You have the help of the natives of Broken Teeth Mountain Range. You can't compare with them at all. Dongbo Shuang continued asking. Is there any way to trace him down? Chase after him? Ultimately, Undying Underworld Emperor has reached the final realm in 2 Daos. Even though they are both extremely powerful in killing and offensive Daos, his concealment ability remains formidable. Even I can't trace him down. Emperor Summer shook his head. But there is one person in the entire Realm Heart Great Land who can trace him down. Who? Dongbo Shuang asked. Limitless City Master. Emperor Summer said. I've chatted with Limitless City Master before. I heard him mention that in the past when Undying Underworld Emperor escaped back to Realm Heart Great Land, Limitless City Master had already discovered him. But Limitless City Master's cultivation path is unique, and his temperament is weird too. I'm not confident of inviting him over. Let's see what you Monarch Feishue can do. Limitless City Master? Dongbo Shuang softly nodded. He could invite a group of experts to surround and kill Undying Underworld Emperor. In the Realm Heart Great Land, Undying Underworld Emperor could simply hide his aura and disappear without a trace. Only Limitless City Master could trace him down? But Limitless City Master Dongbo Shuang was not confident. This was the final realm expert with the weirdest temperament in the entire realm Heart Great Land. Let's give it a try. No matter what, I have to think of ways to ask Limitless City Master for help. Dongbo Shuang thought. Chapter 1253. Limitless City Master. In the eyes of many weak cultivators, and even some ordinary cosmos gods, was the calmest unparalleled existence in the entire realm Heart Great Land. But in the eyes of ordinary final realm and unparalleled existences, Limitless City Master had the weirdest personality. Also, he was publicly acknowledged to have the most unfathomable techniques. He was ranked first among the 5 ancestors from the Myriad Realms ancient nation in terms of deterrence. His survival capabilities were heaven-defying, and his scouting capabilities were also the best in the entire realm Heart Great Land. A guest is coming. His entire body was green. He stood alone at the peak of the tallest palace in the City Master residence. He was surrounded by clouds. Limitless City Master stood with his hands behind his back. There was a pair of blood-curved horns on his head, yet his eyes were calm. Even ordinary animals could not feel any threat from Limitless City Master. It was as if he was a part of the realm Heart Great Land. He did not emit any aura or pressure. He was ordinary to the extreme. If he concealed his tracks, nobody could find him. Limitless City Master looked ahead. A ripple appeared in front of him. A white-robed young man walked out from it. He stepped on the void. It is rare for Monarch Feishua to visit my Limitless City. Limitless City Master chuckled. I hope City Master won't be offended by my presumptuous visit. Dongbo Shuang walked over. Fate has already been decided. It is naturally not presumptuous of you to come here. Limitless City Master said. He then pointed his green arm to the side. Monarch, please have a seat. The two walked to the side. There were ordinary stone tables and stone stools. They sat down facing each other. Limitless City Master personally poured wine for Dongbo Shuang. It was an ordinary wine. I've heard that Monarch's soul technique is so strong that it could even cause some emperors in Broken Teeth Mountain Range to fall into it. Limitless City Master said. Even though we cultivators have reached the final realm, we would most likely be greatly weakened under Monarch's soul technique. Dare I ask Monarch if you have reached the final realm in your Tao of Soul? Not yet. Dongbo Shuang said. It is only by luck that I have comprehended some techniques. Limitless City Master said. The vast origin world has everything operating under the supreme law. There are flowers and grass growing, ants and insects multiplying, and intelligent beings emerging. Nevertheless, the soul is the most unique. It is the foundation of life, and even the foundation of the origin world. Dongbo Shuang agreed. The blood spirit essence obtained by sacrificing countless lives was even more effective than origin world stones. If countless life forms submitted to someone, their will would affect the will of the origin world. The origin world would submit to that person and become the master of the origin world. The soul was indeed the most special thing in an origin world. It was also the true foundation of all living beings. This was the reason why it was so difficult to reach the ultimate realm. I've observed the workings of all things in the origin world, but I can't see through the soul. Limitless City Lord said. I'm still quite a distance away from seeing through it. As Dongbo Shuang spoke, he was grumbling in his heart. This Limitless City Lord was talking to him about the soul, the workings of the world, and the living beings of the origin world the moment he arrived. Dongbo Shuang decided to get straight to the point. City Lord, I came to Limitless City because I have something to trouble you with. Please speak. Limitless City Lord remained calm. Currently, Undying Underworld Emperor has truly gone mad. If we don't stop him, he will likely create a huge calamity. Dongbo Shuang said. Why does Monarch say so? Limitless City Lord asked. Why would Underworld Emperor go mad after reaching his current realm? Not too long ago he came to find me. Dongbo Shuang explained in detail. He told Limitless City Lord about Undying Underworld Emperor's threat. His request is too high. I can't do it at all. Dongbo Shuang shook his head. The negotiation failed. Closely following that, he began frantically collecting souls. I've investigated before. He seems to be conducting some sort of soul-related experiment. Limitless City Lord nodded. That time when Underworld Emperor stepped on the path to become a chaotic origin life form, he failed. After returning, he focused on refining the Death Walker and headed to the Broken Tooth Mountain Range. Yet you disrupted his plans. Now that you are in the Broken Tooth Mountain Range, he felt that the chances of him entering the Snake Tooth Corridor has become bleak. Naturally, he began his final gamble. That is the personality of Underworld Emperor. I don't know how many innocent beings will die in his final gamble. Dongbo Shuang said, how can I watch as so many weak beings die just like that? I can't do that. Hence, I plan to eliminate Undying Underworld Emperor. Eliminate Underworld Emperor? The eyes of Limitless City Lord were filled with curiosity. I'll gather a large group of world masters from the natives of Broken Tooth Mountain Range to form a combat formation to kill him. Dongbo Shuang said, it's just that as a final realm expert, it is hard to track him down the moment he conceals his aura. What I know is that the only one in Realm Heart Great Land who could track down Undying Underworld Emperor is you, City Lord. Hence, I hope City Lord can help me. I can indeed track him down. If Emperor Summer can't track him down at his current realm, I'm afraid I'll be the only one. Limitless City Lord admitted. I hope City Lord can help me. Dongbo Shuang said, whatever City Lord needs, just tell me. Even if it's a supreme graded secret treasure, as long as City Lord agrees to help, I'll give it to City Lord. Monarch is indeed the wealthiest expert in Realm Heart Great Land. Even I am tempted after hearing it. Limitless City Lord shook his head helplessly. It's a pity that I can't help you. Can't help you? Dongbo Shuang felt puzzled and anxious. Why can't you do it? City Lord only needs to track down the location of Undying Underworld Emperor. No matter where that Underworld Emperor escapes to, you can find him. As for the matter of killing him, I've asked many world masters to work together. There is no need for City Lord to act. Limitless City Lord said, Monarch, please return. City Lord should be concerned about the weak and small beings too, right? Dongbo Shuang anxiously asked. I can help City Lord with treasures and opportunities. It has nothing to do with this. Limitless City Lord shook his head. Why isn't City Lord willing to help? Unless you have a deep friendship with that Undying Underworld Emperor? Dongbo Shuang anxiously asked. He had no choice but to be anxious. Currently, Limitless City Lord was the only one who could track down the location of Undying Underworld Emperor. Limitless City Lord chuckled. Friendship? How can I have a deep friendship with him? Even if he dies, I'll still be in a good mood and drink a few cups of wine with him. Then why? Dongbo Shuang could not understand. There was no friendship. Why did Limitless City Lord not agree to help him with so many benefits? Indeed, I can track him down. Not only can I track him down, but I can also track down all the other Final Realm experts, and even unparalleled existences. The Limitless City Lord said. But have you ever heard of me hunting down a Final Realm expert? Dongbo Shuang was stunned. That's right, because he had just found out from Emperor Summer that Limitless City Lord could track down Undying Underworld Emperor. Hence, he immediately sent an invitation. But he had forgotten that since he could track down Undying Underworld Emperor, he should be able to track down other Final Realm experts too. But why was it that the 8 Silk Island Master and the other great devils could still be so arrogant? Because we can't kill him, Limitless City Lord said. We can't kill him? Dongbo Shuang felt even more puzzled. All of us are part of this world. Limitless City Lord chuckled. From the lowest ants to the highest cosmos gods. We are all part of this origin world. We are all part of the manifestation of the Supreme Law. Under the Supreme Law, everything is operating. The reproduction of life, cultivation, love and hatred. Everything is a manifestation of the operation of the Supreme Law. Just like how you came to find me today. It is also a manifestation of the operation of the Supreme Law. Dongbo Shuang was startled. I don't really care about treasures and opportunities, Limitless City Lord said. I don't care about supreme graded secret treasures either. I have long reached the final realm, and have always been comprehending the supreme law. My spirit has always been one with this origin world. Only then can I have a deeper understanding of the operation of the supreme law. The supreme law is unparalleled in its profoundness. The operation of the laws has its own order. I am the observer of the order of this law, Limitless City Lord chuckled at Dongbo Shuang. I am not willing for the order to be destroyed. Any final realm expert is the strongest and most shocking life form nurtured by this origin world. Observing them fills me with joy. If I were to kill them, it would greatly impact the order of the world. I dislike those who destroy the order the most. Especially for myself. It is fine if I merely kill a final realm expert. But if I were to kill a final realm expert, it would greatly affect the operation of the entire law and order. If I were to fall into it, my karma would be entangled within. The difficulty of observing the order would drastically increase. Undying Underworld Emperor is currently the #1 expert in Realm Heart Great Land. Monarch Feishue, if you were to gather a group of world masters, I could help you kill him. The influence would be too great. It would affect the law and order too greatly. The difficulty of observing the law and order would increase by 1,000 to 10,000 times. Hence, I hope Monarch can understand that I can't help you. Limitless City Lord said. Chapter 1254. Dongbo Shuang understood. After reaching the final realm, the next step would be to advance towards becoming a chaotic origin life form. For instance, Old Monster Stone chose the path of breaking through with strength. Limitless City Master was similarly walking on his own path. He dissected the supreme law by observing the laws in order, and participating in the matter of killing Undying Underworld Emperor would greatly affect his Dao path. It would make his Dao path 1,000 times harder. Limitless City Master would definitely not be willing to do such a thing. Severing one's cultivation path was absolutely an enmity to any expert. City Master, you are wrong. Dongbo Shuang did not give up. Instead he roared. Do you think your Dao path is right? No, it is wrong. Wrong. Oh, where am I wrong? Limitless City Master took the initiative to ask. The soul is the foundation of a cultivator, Dongbo Shuang solemnly said. And does City Master know what the soul desires the most? What do they desire? Limitless City Master was curious. This white-robed young man in front of him was the one who walked the furthest in the Tao of Soul in the history of Realm Heart Great Land. Freedom, Dongbo Shuang softly said. He could not forget the cheers of those souls when he saved the slaves of Sacred Master. That was the cheers of freedom. The soul was born free. Every soul yearns for freedom, Dongbo Shuang said. They desire freedom and transcendence. Only with such willpower could they jump out of the cage and become a chaotic origin life form. As for you, City Master, you are afraid of breaking the laws and order. Hence, you are carefully trying your best to avoid karma. You are like a bystander, carefully observing the situation. Unknowingly, you have become a protector of the laws and order, becoming a part of the laws. We are originally part of the manifestation of the supreme law. Limitless City Master shook his head. We are born from the manifestation of the supreme law, but we are not part of the supreme law. The supreme law is merely our cradle. We will eventually jump out of the cage. Dongbo Shuang stared at Limitless City Master. If we are willing to be a part of the supreme law, we might not even dare to influence the laws and order on a large scale. That would make it even more impossible for us to transcend. What you said makes sense. Limitless City Master shook his head. But I have my own path. You don't need to say anything more. Dongbo Shuang remained silent. He was indignant. However, he also understood that a cultivator who had reached the ultimate level, and was even continuing to improve, definitely wasn't someone who could be easily persuaded. Unless he encountered all sorts of problems in his own cultivation, and reflected upon himself, only then would he change his path. Other people's words were useless, especially when they didn't understand his path. Feishue City. No wonder the weak cultivators feel that he is the most peaceful and has the best temper. Although the order in Limitless City is strict, as long as there is order, everything will be fine. Dongbo Shuang shook his head. Treating yourself as a bystander of the entire law and order, not wanting to get involved in it. Naturally, you are detached from it. This temperament is indeed the strangest one. She understood his path and could understand it. Compared to this Limitless City Master, Eternal Night Primogenitor, Extreme Night Primogenitor, Ancestor Fan, Emperor Summer, Undying Underworld Emperor, Towering Sky King, Moonflower King, and others were much more realistic. What should we do? If he doesn't agree, nobody can trace his whereabouts. Unless we have to kill him the moment we surround him. Dongbo Shuang felt that it was impossible. Undying Underworld Emperor would definitely escape. If he knew things were amiss, if he was attacked by a group of world masters. As for preventing him from escaping, this possibility was negligible. After all, Undying Underworld Emperor's techniques were much more profound than the native world masters. As Dongbo Shuang was feeling vexed, the avatar he left in the Starlight World received a transmission from Great Emperor North River. Monarch Feishua, I'm ready. It is time for us to act. Great Emperor North River transmitted back. Act. Alright. Dongbo Shuang immediately acknowledged. He temporarily placed the matter of killing Undying Underworld Emperor aside. He had to think of other ways. He would first help Great Emperor North River, since he had promised him before. North River World. Dongbo Shuang arrived at the palace hall. Brother Feishua, seated on his throne, the green-robed Great Emperor North River, who had been waiting for a long time, stood up. There were many other god generals in the Great Palace Hall too. There were a total of 10 god generals, and they were ranked in the top 10 of the 36 god generals. Usually, they were more arrogant and relatively free. This time, Great Emperor North River could summon all of them. Great Emperor. Dongbo Shuang chuckled. Are you ready? I'm ready. Great Emperor North River was in high spirits. Brother Feishua, can we set off at any time? Dongbo Shuang nodded. I wonder where we are going? Which of the 3 great supremes is it? Supreme Sure Fa. Great Emperor North River answered. Dongbo Shuang nodded. Supreme Sure Fa was relatively strong amongst the 3 great supremes of the Death Destruction clan. But he was similarly cruel and ruthless. He was an absolute devil. Perhaps because Autarch Sure Fa was born from death. Autarch Sure Fa felt that killing other life forms and causing them to return to death was a form of grace. That was why he liked to bestow grace. When he descended upon a native world, he would even carry out the ritual before bestowing the grace. With a single grace, he would cause all the life forms in that world to return to death. Supreme Being Sure Fa believed that this was a gift of benevolence. But to the natives it was too horrifying. Even Dongbo Shuang felt that this was absolutely an innate devil. Even though I had visited Sure Fa Island in the past, I could not even meet the Supreme before being forced out. This time, with Brother Feishua around, I feel more confident. Great Emperor North River chuckled. I'll definitely remember this grace. After returning from Sure Fa Island, I'll definitely not treat Brother Feishua unfairly. Let's go first. He is after all a supreme. Dongbo Shuang said. It was not easy to deal with one of the 5 great supremes. Alright, let's go. Great Emperor North River laughed out loud. He and Dongbo Shuang walked side by side. The other 10 god generals followed behind. They directly tore through the void and left the North River world. Sure Fa Island. For a supreme to live here, it was naturally ranked in the top 3 sky-floating islands in the Broken Tooth Mountain Range in terms of surface area. Opportunities and danger accompanied each other here. This was much more frightening than the island of Emperor Yen of the 13 emperors. Just a single supreme Sure Fa was a terrifying deterrent. So. The group of 12 directly descended on this Sure Fa Island. Even though the Sure Fa Island was vast, it was paved with many stone roads. These stone roads intersected with each other and spanned across the entire island. Dongbo Shuang was inwardly startled when he saw this. Even though he had been to many sky-floating islands, the other sky-floating islands were very primitive. Only the clan's ground had slightly more unique constructions. One had to know that in the world of cultivators, there were all sorts of delicacies, buildings of different styles, and the layout of cities. But the sky-floating islands had always been primitive. This Supreme Sure Fa is indeed a supreme. At the very least, he has done some preliminary constructions on the sky-floating islands. Dongbo Shuang thought. Supreme Sure Fa existed in both reality and illusion, according to the intelligence reports. His enemies would die stealthily. He had the strangest way of killing his enemies amongst the 5 great supremes. The 12 of them descended on Sure Fa Island. Even before they moved, the stone road by the side emitted a faint black light that shone on the 12 of them. We have been discovered. Great Emperor North River chuckled. North River? You actually dare to barge into Sure Fa Island? Accompanied by an angry roar, a burly figure wearing pitch-black armor teleported out. He held a huge black spear in his hand and stood in midair. Chapter 1255. Dongbo Shuang looked at this armored expert wielding a black spear. He could recognize with a glance that this was one of the great generals under Supreme Sure Fa, No Fando. Great Emperor North River did not feel annoyed. He merely smiled at that pitch-black muscular figure. No Fando, why don't you see who this person is beside me? Why are you shouting here? That pitch-black muscular figure swept his gaze across. He saw the white-robed young man standing beside Great Emperor North River. This great general under Supreme No Fando could not help but feel his heart tightening. Over the past few years, even the strongest experts in Realm Heart Great Land knew of what Dongbo Shuang did in Broken Tooth Mountain Range. Even though the Death Destruction clan did not have a good information network, the great generals under one of the 5 great supremes, Supreme Sure Fa, still knew of the great name of Monarch Feishue. It is actually Monarch Feishue. No wonder you, North River, are daring enough to come again. No Fando stared at Dongbo Shuang. I only have this little bit of courage. Great Emperor North River chuckled. Suddenly, Hua, the void by the side warped and formed a passage. From it, 8 figures walked out. The leading one was a kind-looking old man wearing a golden robe. Behind him were 7 experts from the Death Destruction clan with grand aura. Supreme General No Fando immediately descended by the side. He respectfully bowed and greeted. He was incredibly respectful. Supreme Sure Fa, Great Emperor North River was no longer as relaxed as before. Instead, he became much more solemn. The 10 god generals under Great Emperor North River became much more nervous. Supreme huh? Dongbo Shuang felt curious. He could not help but feel his heart tightening. The name of a person was like the shadow of a tree. The deterrence of a supreme was too great. Before him, ordinary unparalleled existences in Realm Heart Great Land could be wiped out with a single breath from a supreme. Even Emperor Summer would be killed instantaneously without being able to resist. Even undying underworld emperor, who could ignite his heart blood, could escape from a great emperor. But before a supreme, he would be proud if he could survive a few moves. This was what it meant to be a paragon. Even the strongest low-graded chaotic origin life forms in the Broken Teeth Mountain Range, the 8 great sages, were much weaker in front of supremes. They were all trampled by the supremes. According to what Great Emperor North River said, supremes are those who have cultivated their bloodline to the pinnacle of perfection. With one more step, he would be able to truly awaken and return to his ancestral roots. Dongbo Shuang sighed with emotion. This kind of power was too terrifying. Emperor Abyssal Stone and the other great saints were trampled. Even Great Emperor North River, who was ranked number 1 amongst great emperors, was weaker by a level when facing supremes. If not for the appearance of Dongbo Shuang, he would have been looking for a beating by coming to Sure Fa Island. It seems that he doesn't look like someone from the Death Destruction clan anymore. Dongbo Shuang looked at this golden-robed old man walking over from the void. Supreme Sure Fa. Supreme Sure Fa did not give off any evil or dark aura. Instead, he gave others a feeling of warmth. Wearing a dazzling golden robe, this Supreme Sure Fa smiled at Dongbo Shuang. He then turned to Great Emperor North River saying, North River, knowing that you have previously invited Monarch Feishua from Realm Heart Great Land to a banquet, I guessed that you would come to my place. Of course, Great Emperor North River solemnly said, Supreme, are you still going to obstruct my path this time? Obstruct your path? I have never obstructed your path before. Supreme Sure Fa chuckled. If I wanted to obstruct your path, I could simply lure you into the depths of the island. Once you reach there, I'll team up with my subordinates to kill you. And on the sky-floating island, we can easily defeat you one by one. In the end, it isn't hard for me and my subordinates to kill you. The expression of Great Emperor North River changed slightly. That's right. This was reality. He could bring his subordinates, and the Supremes could also summon their subordinates. It's just that the 5 great Supremes had never done so over the long years. Reaching their level, they disdained from doing so. There are many experts who want the treasures on my island. I can't just let anyone come and take them, right? Supreme Sure Fa chuckled. Either you trade fairly, or you can break through the obstruction of my subordinates and force me to retreat. That way, you can naturally take away the treasures. It's a pity that you can't do it. Who else can you blame? Dongbo Shuang agreed to it as he listened by the side. Even though almost all the treasures in Broken Tooth Mountain Range were located on the sky-floating island, the natives would naturally come and compete for them. But competing depended on one's strength. Interesting. It's said that it is impossible to trade within the Death Destruction clan. Yet this Supreme Sure Fa is willing to do so. Dongbo Shuang sighed in his heart. He could not sense any evil aura from Supreme Sure Fa at all. It's just that he likes to bestow gifts, causing countless living beings to return to death. This personality of his is indeed quite terrifying. Just as Dongbo Shuang was immersed in many thoughts, Great Emperor North River solemnly said, Supreme, this time, do you want to fight? I have the help of Brother Feishua, and your subordinates are of no use to me. Fight. Naturally we have to fight, Supreme Sure Fa said. Great Emperor North River, the 10 god generals, and Dongbo Shuang felt their hearts tightening. A battle was about to begin. Supreme, how strong was he exactly? Very good. Supreme, don't blame us for working together against you today. The eyes of Great Emperor North River were filled with coldness. We have to fight, but we only need to fight against the cultivator from Realm Heart Great Land, Monarch Feishua. Supreme Sure Fa chuckled as he looked at Dongbo Shuang. I'm not interested in you natives. I'm only slightly interested in Monarch Feishua. Monarch Feishua, I've heard that you could cause some emperors to fall into oblivion. I wish to test out your soul technique. I want to fight with the Supreme. Dongbo Shuang was startled. No matter what, he could at most injure the Supreme. The Supreme could easily kill him with just 10% of his strength. After all, there was a huge gap between him and Eternal Night Primogenitor and others. The gap between him and the Supreme was even more frightening. Ha ha ha, you just have to attack. Supreme Sure Fa laughed. I won't bully a weak cultivator. Dongbo Shuang felt slightly uncomfortable in his heart. A weak cultivator. In the eyes of Supremes, cultivators from Realm Heart Great Land were weak. Emperor Summer and Undying Underworld Emperor were simply sending themselves to death. Fortunately, with the law restriction of Yuan, Supremes could not enter Realm Heart Great Land. It's just that even though he knew this, he still felt uncomfortable being looked down upon. All right. The moment Dongbo Shuang spoke, his eyes brightened. Hong. The mirage and illusory realm descended. It enveloped Supreme Sure Fa. Even though his technique did not affect the subordinates of the Supreme by the side, neither did it affect Great Emperor North River or the 10 god generals. But they could feel that the eyes of Dongbo Shuang contained a fatal attraction that made them want to look towards Dongbo Shuang's eyes. This was also because this killing technique of Dongbo Shuang was comprehended from the gray eyes. His eyes were filled with an endless attraction that made others fall into it. Fortunately, they could only watch from afar and not fall into the oblivion illusory realm. Everyone present could resist against it. It's just that they were startled inwardly. What a formidable soul technique. I wonder how much of my strength would remain if I were to be struck by it. Great Emperor North River, and the other experts were slightly startled. Amen. Supreme Sure Fa was initially fine, but suddenly his expression changed. Hong! A horrifying dark aura erupted from the surface of Supreme Sure Fa's body. It charged out in all directions and engulfed the surrounding world, causing it to turn dark. Some experts from the Death Destruction clan like Nofando were forced back by the impact. Some were even injured. All of them revealed a look of astonishment. Freeze! Great Emperor North River roared out. Surging sword lights immediately appeared around Great Emperor North River. The sword lights enveloped the surroundings, protecting Dongbua Shui-Ying and the 10 god generals by his side. Chi, the dark aura clashed against the surging sword lights, causing the sword lights to weaken. This is too powerful. Under the protection of the sword lights, Dongbua Shui-Ying watched as the dark aura continuously whittled away the sword lights. He could feel an instinctive terror. He had a vague feeling that his body would be destroyed the moment he touched this dark aura. Oomph! The distant Supreme Sure Fa suddenly snorted. He forcibly kept his aura and opened his eyes at Dongbua Shui-Ying. Monarch Feishue, you can stop your soul technique now. Dongbua Shui-Ying immediately kept it. What a formidable illusory realm. Supreme Sure Fa sighed. I thought I could maintain my consciousness, and even deliberately entered the illusory realm to explore it. Who would have thought that I would suffer a loss, causing some of my aura to leak out? Today I've witnessed this soul technique. It has truly broadened my horizons. Monarch Feishue and North River, the two of you can enter now. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.